Wow. Okay, here we go. Wow, folks, welcome, welcome, welcome. I thought I was streaming because the way we had this thing queued up. Welcome, folks. Sorry for the delay. Oh my goodness. Thanks, Matt. Can you see me now? Wow. Folks, this is so funny. I literally thought I was streaming for how long? And wow, welcome, welcome, welcome. Hopefully, I'm 22 minutes in. Oh my goodness. Welcome, folks. My apologies. I had an issue with the streaming software. Haven't done this in a while, and I didn't hit the go live button. I'm sitting here watching in the YouTube bit, and it was showing me on the back end. I thought I was live. Oh my goodness. Welcome, folks. I hope a bunch of people didn't get bummed out on me not being live. But you know what? It all worked out well in the end. The beauty of right now this happening is I actually had some issues at the beginning. I didn't have my names in a basket, in an egg laying basket. So everybody who signed up for the course, if you got in, because we cut this off at midnight last night. So if you signed up for the course before midnight last night, we printed your names on a number of sheets. And this morning, I had one of my team members queue it up so I could print it. I printed it up into columns and I snipped them up while my family was eating breakfast. I don't eat breakfast, but I still sit down at the table, and I cut these names up. So there's going to be, at the end of this stream today, there's going to be 5 lucky winners who get a consult with me. So I'll pull those names at the end or around that time, and my team will reach out to you. And maybe what I'll do is I think we're good. Seems then we will reach out to you and we'll set up a time on when to do it. So here, and that's going to happen in the end. What we're going to do before that is I've got a spreadsheet in front of me with how many people so far, and it looks like it is being updated because I think anybody, or I don't know if we cut this off. Matthew, if you're listening, did we cut this off? Did we cut off the people being listed? I've got a list right now. There's 25 people on there. So everybody who signed up for the course, you were given an option to submit a property to me for me to view. And so I'm going to do that today. That's the bulk of this stream is going to be me reviewing properties, your properties, people who signed up for the course. If you replied to that email, you would have had the opportunity to put into the spreadsheet. There was a form set up for it. And I've got a realtor listing, a property link, which I won't share because that would be stupid for you to come on my stream and you share some properties you're looking at and somebody else in that same area says, hey, I'll just buy those. I don't want to do that, but I will pull it up on Google Earth. And some people have said for me to keep that private as well. And so in order to do that, I'll have to figure something out. I can either take some screenshots and then look at those, or I could maybe with Zoom, I can select just a part of the screen. Hopefully I can do that. Not sure if I can though. But yeah, welcome folks. Welcome folks. Yeah, people like that. I love this one. I didn't make that slogan up, but this is on. You can buy that shirt if you like it. I've got a lot of good looks from this one. I think I triggered a snowflake a couple days ago. Where was I? I forget. I was somewhere public, but I would say honestly, I mean, 99% of the time, if I've been wearing this shirt in a public area, people are stoked. People are like, I've had a number of people come up and just shake my hand. I don't know if that's because they knew who I was or they were just so stoked about the shirt, but that certainly happened. So yeah, it's fun with these shirts. Normally I've never been a fan of wearing branding or things on shirts, except unless they were farms. farms that I've visited over the years give me their shirts. I wear them. Sure, why not? Stoked to wear a farmer's shirt. But with all the insanity in the world today, I feel like in a way to stand out and be a part of the tribe that has stood against this New World Order insanity has actually had far more benefit than the opposite. Anytime I wear any of the shirts that I have that I've printed up, I think it's curtis.freedomfarmers.com is where you can get my shirts. Good, really, really good people coming up and kind of stoked to know that you're an ally. Endless or as many as you can get through. Okay, thanks, Matthew. So yeah, that's been my experience there. So it's funny because I was riffing and I thought I was live. I was riffing, and so I'm gonna have to just riff again, which is funny. So before we smash the like, guys, hopefully anybody who came and left because they're like, "What? Where the hell's Curtis?" And 10 minutes in, they'll come back. So smash the like if you guys are stoked on the gravy here. I'm gonna start with some gravy because it links into what we're going to be talking about today, which is getting you on the land and out of the cities, right? That's what you want. The gravy I'm going to talk to is going to connect to that, and I'll explain why in a minute. So I shared a video. If you haven't seen it, go into and queue it up. You won't, unless you want to watch it now and then come back to the stream. I shared it in the YouTube community section. It's called Beyond the Great Reset, and it's a cartoon made by, I think it's got an insane amount of views so far. I'm just kind of curious. I'm just going to look real quick. Very, very accurate sort of dystopian. It's kind of like, it's fairly, I would say it's closer, when you talk about dystopia, there's kind of two schools I find, at least in my circles. There's Brave New World scenario and there's 1984 scenario, and you kind of have fun with this. What do we got? We got a bit of both. And anyways, this one is more closer to a 1984 scenario in sort of the visceral oppression, but has some elements of Brave New World in it. But if you go into that community section, watch this video. It's called Beyond the Reset. It's called. Here, I'll share the link in the chat. Check it out. It's these guys did an incredible job on this. It's if you read Agenda 21, Agenda 2030, if you read Klaus Schwab's book, the COVID-19, The Great Reset, and just pay attention to their propaganda, what this cartoon depicts is pretty much bang on accurate with what these New World Order cronies want for you and your family. But there's a real big caveat with all of it, and I'm gonna give a spoiler to this. So if you haven't seen it, spoiler alert coming out. The most important part of this documentary, the most important part is showing how did they get to the gulag. It's not even really a gulag. If you watch it, it's kind of these it's a FEMA camp type looking thing, but everybody's got a cubicle apartment in a 2-story, imagine long buildings, and then there's a main thoroughfare through, and there's a drone that flies through every day to make sure everybody's standing outside wearing their mask. They're allowed to come out on their balcony at certain times of the day, or maybe they can go when they want. But every time he does in the show, it shows the time. So I don't know if that was because that's when they're allowed out or not, and maybe they're allowed out only at certain times so that none of them and the neighbors see each other, because that's kind of what it seems like. Every time the guy comes out, he only sees one guy across the road, and they always wave to each other and smile. But a drone flies by to make sure you're wearing your mask, and you get a weekly food ration delivered to you by a drone. And then you can stay inside and just watch propaganda. And it shows him on his little pad swiping through either the news, which is just like straight up propaganda, virtue signaling about climate change and how, it's important to keep you locked down because for climate change. Also, we're going to start cutting down forests because they perspire carbon at night. And so that's a no-no for climate change. And so we're going to cut down forests to put in solar panels. It's an insane dystopian, but incredibly accurate, mind-blowingly, scarily accurate. If you read the documents, which I've spent a ton of time doing, and in these streams, I've riffed on this stuff for years. Here's the spoiler alert. And it's the most important part, and why you need to understand this so that you can move forward without fear. Because I'm all about overcoming fear. Don't be fearful. I never encourage people to live in fear. Live in love, live in passion, live in excitement and exuberance and positivity. That's the way to live. But be aware of thy enemy, right? Be aware of what's going on. And if you think that this cartoon is accurate, and I think it is, so you might say to me, well, Curtis, and sorry, I'm digressing a bit before I get to the spoiler. You might say, well, Curtis, if that's the future and we're all going to be living in these FEMA camps, locked down, patrolled by drones, why don't we just give up now? Why go out on the land at all? Because they're going to take it away anyways, aren't they? No, they're not. And this links to the most important part of this documentary. Okay, let's just assume this little documentary cartoon is totally accurate and where things are going to go. I'm not saying that it's all going to go and lead to this exact thing. I can't say that. But what I can say is that if you read the propaganda and read the things that they put out, it describes this future for people. The most important part of that show is when there's an emergency thing. And so he's having memories of his past life before they got moved to this FEMA camp. And in that memory, he remembers the day when this alarm thing, everybody's cell phone is going, emergency, emergency, emergency. And then on the TV, emergency. And then it says, okay, the variant, we can't keep up with the variant. We need to move everybody to a safe quarantine. School buses come in. And the scary thing that was so accurate about this is that if you read some of the FEMA protocols in the US, Alex Jones has talked about this shit for years, going back to 2008, I think. It talks about this is how they would do it, and there was a reason for using school buses, a psychological reason. But anyways, they have all these school buses lined up, and they say, okay, come out. And so the most important part, here's the spoiler: he takes his bag, puts on his bag, he walks out voluntarily. He walks out his door, and he voluntarily walks on the bus. Voluntarily. That's what you have to understand. Will you volunteer? When the government tells you that you need to get on a bus or a train, are you going to listen? Because that is the crux of everything. And that's the reason why you should not have fear, is because it's all choice. It will be all choice. And it has been all choice all along. In fact, all law is by choice. It's all by choice. You had to volunteer. You had to show up. If you're afraid that you're going to end up in a gulag, don't get on the bus. It's that simple. And that's the most important part of that show, and why you should look at that and go, wow, that's quite a dystopian future that I don't want to and I will not be a part of. And we won't have to be, because you don't have to walk on the bus. It's all about keeping the majority of people, and those that will comply, getting them to the finish line. We're out. We're exempt. And it's really that simple. And you can fearmonger and hate all you want. Oh, Curtis, you don't know anything. They're going to take your land. Nah. Okay, bud, we'll circle back. We'll circle back, because really only time will tell. Time will be the judge. But I think, and again, I'm starting with some gravy here. I'm front end loading this stream, but we're going to get into serious geographical gravy shortly. Is that, oh, geez, I tracked myself there. It's all voluntary, and your level of participation will only be what you will put up with. And we're going to be left alone, and there's going to be a great bifurcation. And it might get to the point, this is where I was going to go, is that people like me, you're watching me on the internet, you're watching me on YouTube, you're watching me, I'm using Zoom, a Chi-Com platform, on a globalist platform, and I know that I'm here, and hopefully you know and can sense just by my language and my willingness to not be politically correct, because I think the AI, that's where that might be the litmus test. We're at a point right now where you can actually watch me and it's me, but with the way AI is developing, it might get to a point where, in order for the rest of us who want to be on the land, want to live by traditional family values, connect to the earth, connect to each other and God, might have to either be off the internet entirely or have an entirely different one, because the reaches of the AI, who knows? I mean, if anybody watched that Elon Musk interview on Tucker, that was amazing. That was holy shit. I mean, we're at the precipice of it here. Is Elon Musk a good guy or a bad guy? Is he the Antichrist? I don't know. It doesn't matter. What matters is the information. What matters is the conversation. People always get stuck on straw men or ad hominems of, oh, Tucker this, or Elon this. I don't care. Ideas. We're talking about ideas. And the ideas that were spoke in that interview, you think about that, and then you think about Beyond the Reset, that cartoon I've been talking about. You don't want to be in the cities for much longer. You won't be able to be in the cities for much longer. And it'll happen at different stages everywhere. I mean, the place, like these gulags, call them gulags for lack of a better term, in this cartoon were just like the ones that they used in a number of places in Australia. At least that's what I saw. Whether it was real or not, you tell me. But this stuff's already happening, and it's going to continue to happen. And if it's not fear of a pandemic, it's going to be fear of climate change. And it's going to be trying to get you to react or act in a particular way. And that's that. So, are you on the bus or off the bus? That is the question. The bus will go wherever, or you stay in your place. Quentin David says, hey, Curtis, if you had available liquid capital, would you consider waiting longer? Absolutely. But here's the thing you have to understand. I say absolutely, but I say that in the circumstances right now. If you're holding, say you got 200,000 in cash, or you've got it in some assets that you can liquidate fairly quickly, maybe it's in some certain blue stocks, or maybe some crypto, or whatever it is, precious metals, real estate, whatever it is. No, real estate's not that liquidable, especially right now. If you had some assets you could move into 200 grand cash right now, would I wait for the market to correct? Yes, but because I know prices will come down. But the thing we're competing, it's interest rates and inflation that are almost these, well, there's interest rates, there's the kind of consumer price index, and then there's interest rates and all that. There's all these competing forces in an economy when you think about them. And I'm no, economist, but I've understood enough to do well enough with it myself. If you wait, you might be competing with inflation, because that 200 grand you're sitting on is becoming worth less and less. But hopefully, if properties really start to devalue too, then those canceling forces can work in your favor. But yes, you have to consider what's best for me now, and everybody's context is the framework and the foundation of everything that you how you should view and act in your life. And so that's going to be part of what we're going to do here, looking at people's properties. But that considered, yeah, I would. But I'd be nervous. I got a friend who's recently just basically completely cashed out of the stock market. He was invested in a number of things. Excuse me, I'm still getting over this cold. Over these things in the market, and he cashed out and got a large number of money. But he's freaking out because what do I do with this? Because he's already done enough. Like, he's got crypto and metals and stuff like that. He's like, oh, I want to buy more real estate, but so sitting on a bunch of capital can be kind of nerve wracking too. See, I'm just gonna have my sweater. It can be nerve wracking thinking about that and having to deal with that. And so, yeah, that's a real deal. Okay, so let's do it. Without any further ado, we're going to get into looking at people's properties. And so I'm going to find the best way to share my screen. So what I have in front of me here is a list it's a spreadsheet list. I won't share it with you guys because some people want to keep their stuff private. So far I've got 25 people on it. I've got properties. I've got a property in Dominican Republic. That's the last one. So hopefully we'll make it to that too. We got property in Mexico. We got a number of properties in Canada and the US, of course. We've got Missouri, California, Hawaii, Virginia, Montana, Port Alberni, BC, Mexico, Kamloops, Virginia, Tennessee, Ontario, Colorado, Quesnel, Northern BC. Okay, so we're going to start with this, and I'm going to do these assessments not exactly in the same way we do in the course. So why we're here today is because I've launched my course, Finding the Perfect Homestead Property. I'm just so excited about it. I spent all winter working on it, and there's over 30 hours of content in this course. And what I'm going to show you guys, we're going to do a little bit of it today. And if you sign up for the course, you were given an option to submit a property, which that's the list I'm drawing from right now. But in this course, I teach you my framework for evaluating land. And even if you haven't taken the course and you're watching this stream, those last number of videos that I posted were all about that framework. So we've been over the framework, and how the framework works is, number one, you understand your context, and then you create some non-negotiables and negotiables, things that you want to look for in a property. Then from there, you move into looking for properties. And then if you find a property, the first thing you want to look for is a threat. What's a threat? Because then I can get that out of the way and disqualify that property. Because what's the point of doing a full analysis of a property if there's a threat that you should have just saw right at the beginning and save yourself the time? Don't waste time looking at properties that have major threats, just off the list. Then we move through an 11-piece framework that is the other 11 pieces of the framework is the 11 scales of permanence from P.A. Yeoman, and then modified later by Dave Jackie and Eric Townsmere. I think that's how you say his last name. And we go through climate, geography, water, socioeconomics. I always forget the order. Access and circulation. That's 5. Then we do microclimate, soil, aesthetics and experience. Why am I drawing a blank on some of these? Buildings and infrastructure. Anyways, we're going to look for these things. And actually, that just reminds me, why don't I do this? Bring up my ranking sheet, and then I'll have, so climate, landform, water, socioeconomics, access and circulation, vegetation and wildlife, microclimate, buildings and infrastructure, zones of use, soil, and 11, aesthetics and experience. That is the 11 pieces of the scales of permanence that really make the bulk of, excuse me, make the bulk of what we're looking at when we do these properties. So I'm going to start with this property here. So Kenneth sent me a property. He's asked me to keep it confidential, so we'll respect that. I'm going to pull it up. All I'll say is that this is in Missouri, and I'll search the address on Google Earth, and I'll see if I can actually share Google Earth without showing the without showing the exact address or the geolocation. I think there's a way I can do it, but let's see. Things up on my screens here. Okay, couldn't find that location on Google Earth. Oh, that's annoying. I have the listing here, so what I can do, and again, I'm just not sharing this just yet. I'm going to queue it up. I'm not sharing it just yet because I'm going to pull it up and make sure I can track it on the map. Sometimes you actually have to. Sometimes an address doesn't take you there, which is kind of annoying. And so what I have to do is use 2 maps. The map where the real estate listing is pinpointed on their Google Maps, and then I have to kind of find it on Google Earth. And so I just look for a common location, and in this case I just zoomed out to the nearest town, and then I'm going to find that on Google Earth. So I found that town, no problem. And then I'm going to go and geolocate by comparing imagery. And so I've partitioned my large monitor here. Make sure you want your places and roads and all that in there. And then I'm going to basically look at two images side by side and then try to pinpoint it based on that. And so I zoom a little bit on Google Earth, and then I zoom a little bit on Google Maps, where the real estate listing will often have a map pinpoint. That's what I'm looking for. And then I'm looking for that road. Okay, boom, this one's easy to find. Okay, and then, okay, got it. And then now what I want to do is I want to draw this property out if I can, or at least see how, 123 acres. So usually with large acreages, it's easy just because you can see the cut lines. It's fairly easy just to draw it out. So let's just see if I grab my polygon tool here. Let's just take a guess. No, that's not it. It's just a big quarter section, I think. Go back in, 123 acres. Yes, it's a big square. That's perfect. Okay, so I can just zoom out. Oh, funny, it's at the end of that. Oh, the house isn't in it, it's just the land. Oh, that's funny. Sorry, folks, just talk amongst yourselves while I'm doing this. And then I'm going to see. Okay, so right there through the pond. That's funny. Okay, to here. Okay, I got it approximately. Oh no, that's not 120. That's, oh, weird. The property lines on the listing aren't accurate. Okay, well, I'm going to assume that the house is included, friend. If you're in the chat, so I'm looking at. I'm going to say the name here, Kenneth. You were the first one that submitted one. We're in Missouri. If you're in the chat, tell me if you can't hear anything. Did I lose? Check. Oh, we're good. Well, I'm going to look at this property here, and what I'll do, let's see if we can zoom and just show without showing the. Can I do advanced portion of a screen? Okay. How do I do that? No, I want the other one. No, don't share that. Oh, weird. Advanced sharing options. Nope. Ah, it's annoying because it's like, how do I? Oh, you know what I'll do, dude? Instead of screwing around with this, I'll just take some screenshots of this property. I'll just take some and then we'll look at it. And then that way we can keep it. I'll even keep the, oh, let me get the roads out of there so that we don't see the roads. I'll take the places out too. So we'll just look at geography, and then that way I'll get some topographic stuff. So we got some topography here, and then we can share this. Geez, at this rate, it'll take me all day to go through all these. Realist, I don't, no promises, folks. I don't know if I'm gonna get through all these. Certainly, the more requests you have for me, the more complicated this makes it. And then, yeah, it's a neat, it's a nice property. I mean, it's zoom out a little bit more, just show the kind of larger area. Okay, all right, Kenneth, this is what we're gonna do. I will share my screen. I'm gonna pull up these screenshots I just made, and then I can share those, and then I'll look at Google Earth, and then I can just scroll through these. Delete that one. Okay, boom. Anonymous. Look at this. Fantastic. Okay. Let's share this screen. So, okay, folks, we're looking at a property here. This is Kenneth's property. He was the first one to do this, so he's our lucky winner so far. And so yeah, we're in Missouri and oops. At an undisclosed location, but I've got it. And so what I'm looking at on Google Earth here is, let me show you a little further back. Oh, where was that other one? Oh, geez. Let me stop this for a minute. We're looking at 123 acres here in an undisclosed location in Missouri. And I thought I had, there we go. Why didn't it? There, I just saved you guys from a big cough. My first week in spring when it was just rainy and cool, but a lot of snow melting, I just put in some huge days outside. And I often will get sick during that time. And I kind of see it as a purging. I don't really look at it as a bad thing. So here's our place in Missouri. There's some, that's what it looks like. I didn't quite understand, Kenneth, where the property lines were, but I'm assuming that it's that general area with that house in there. Let me just read what else you said here. Please, confidential. Do you recommend water testing on existing wells? Do you recommend testing for pesticides and herbicides from existing pasture fields? In phase one, environmental assessment for property transactions, there exist databases listing facilities with history of handling / storing or having spills of contaminants. Is this addressed in the course? Well, it depends on the property. Did we have, the question is, well, that information is, that's hard. I can't just pull that up, Kenneth. Like I can't just, that would take some serious digging. So if your question is for each 50 for each 54 properties, did we look at a full assessment of contaminants and whatnot for each property? No. That would be an insane undertaking that would have put the cost of the course at $4,000. So no, we didn't do that. If you're going to buy a property and that's a concern for you, sure. Yeah, you could do that. I could tell you by looking at this that I probably wouldn't worry about that though. And here's why. So let me zoom out on this. So for looking for a threat, okay, on this property, let's look for a threat. So zoom out. And what I see is, one, we are at 276 meters of elevation, and we are in we're not in any kind of valley, which is actually really good because there is big agriculture around this area. So if I zoom out to the 20-kilometer view, to the northeast, I can see a ton of ag. And it's Missouri, so it's conventional ag, but I don't see any center pivots in here. So I see agriculture, no question. I see all kinds of cropping. I see, I better drop a pinpoint on this so I don't get lost here. I see agriculture, but I don't see big ag. And that's a good thing because I don't want to live around big ag. So I look up, I go way out. I go to the 280-kilometer view. I go to like the state view, the general geographical view, zoom way out, look at our, what are we here? DFB. Where's my consultation? We're probably either a DFA or a CFA here. Let's see. Yeah, so we're CFA climate. Here, folks, I'll share this with you. This won't really give away Kenneth's location. this is what we're looking at in terms of our climate. And so whenever I look at properties, that's usually the first thing I look at is, okay, what's the climate we're in? So we're in a CFA. That's nice. CFA is a very nice climate. That whole eastern seaboard part of the United States is what we call a CFA. And it's a very nice climate to live in. It's humid. It's hot in the summer. You don't really get snow. You might get an anomalous event once every few years where you get some snow, but generally speaking, you don't get snow. Let me show this again. And yeah, your biggest challenges in a CFA are well, I don't think you're in Tornado Alley here, so that's good. Biggest challenges are sometimes just brutal rainy weather. Brutal rainy weather. And so that's kind of it. But yeah, this is a very nice property. You're in a very, very nice area. But no, I wouldn't worry about any of the chemical stuff. And again, here's why. So I zoom out, don't see any major agriculture. And what I look for when I look for big ag is I look for center pivot irrigation. So center pivot is when you see those circles, and that's a sign of expensive irrigation. That's a sign of real commodity agriculture, whereas it's all GMO crop. It's Roundup ready. It's you name it, everything bad. So even if, and the nice thing here, you're in one of the best places of the US actually. And I won't say it, but you know where you are. This is a wonderful area to live. Even if you were surrounded by all that big ag, it's still decent a ways away from you. You're not in the tributary catchment. So if you were in a tributary catchment in this area that actually runs downstream from all that big ag, that water could be not the greatest to drink. Okay. But if you have well water here, I'm not sure you do, but if you do, I'd say you're golden. I wouldn't worry about it. The deeper the well, the better. You got a pond here as well. I don't see any, even on this property itself that I don't think you've bought, but you're interested in buying. The agriculture here, yes, it's probably for somewhat fertilized because it's very green. But it might only just be hay cropping, because I look around at your neighbors and I just see a lot of hay fields. And if it's hay fields, they don't generally fertilize hay fields. They will a little bit though, they have to. It's fairly benign. So I wouldn't worry about it. What you have here, my friend, I can just tell. Actually, before I speak too soon, let me look at the listing again. And here, I'll scroll around some different images for you guys. This is the property in question here, but let me just pull up what did it say in the realtor listing here? Let me go back. And what's the condition of the house? Because this is a very nice property, dude. Very nice. Nice trees on here, pond, productive fields. You got microclimates because you have multiple areas. The house is totally dated. Oh my goodness, the cabinets in that kitchen. Wow. Yeah, dated, a bit rough. Right now, $549. Even at today's prices, that from what I've seen in the US, especially in this area that you're in, and you know what area I'm talking about, one of the best places in the United States to live in as far as broader microclimate area. Unbelievable. This property is, yes, it's overpriced based on what's there. I would offer them, if you want to pull the trigger now, I'd offer them 100,000 less than they're asking, and I bet you'd get it. It's a fixer-upper. The house is a total fixer-upper, no question about it. Wow, it's got a little boiler outside. That's cool. I'm just looking at the other infrastructure here. You've got nice little garage. It's only like 8 foot tall, but whatever. Wow, is that a kiln in this garage? Wood splitter. Man, I wonder if this is as is, because there's some nice infrastructure here. This is a property. 100%. This is an A property, my friend. The question you have to ask is it worth the price for you? And so, 549 in Missouri will be 199 in 16 months. Maybe that's a tough one to say for sure. But this is, yeah, they're asking a lot. Tell you what, though, as a Canadian, looking at that price, at that land size, and that climate, in that microclimate, with that much vegetation on your property, with that much potential acreage, as a Canadian, I would buy that today. If I could go down to the US and buy a property, this is 100% killing property, and you're damn lucky I didn't share it. And good on you for suggesting that I don't, because yeah, zone 6 CFA, dude, this is I know a lot of people in that area that you're looking at here, and that's the place to be. You'll find a lot of people in the bear community in that area. And yeah, I mean, I don't see any major threats. Okay, like you got some power, you got some like local power lines coming through the property, not the end of the world. And they're not big commercial lines, they're just residential lines, so no significant threat to you. Yes, you have an easement going through, but the likelihood that those lines are going to be, well, here's what I'd consider if you're worried about those lines: is I'd look the direction they're going at, and I'd look to what they're servicing, and then I'd look closer to if those lines would service a bigger area, a growing city. And I would say they don't, just looking at what's around there in those cities. This is a really nice property, brother. I'd buy that. That area is, yeah. Here's the thing with offers, right? Is if you make too low a ball of an offer, sometimes you'll piss people off. And tell your realtor, I'm not selling to that asshole. But get a feel for it. It's been on the market 39 days. That's not long. However, this could have been pulled and reposted. I don't know if it would be, though. This is a good property, and I don't suspect this would sit long. There's people out right now that would buy this property at close to this price, because this is a stellar property. And you got it all here, man. Like just going through our criteria. Climate, unbelievable climate. I'm not going to go into and grade it all, because we got to move on. But unbelievable climate, perfect landform for this area in Missouri. Perfect. You have some topography. It's fairly flat, but that's also a benefit to you, because you can just turn and burn. You can add infrastructure here. You can fields. You've got good, and of course I'll talk about access, but you've got water. There's a pond. There's a well. Huge. Socioeconomics, unbelievable for this area. Access and circulation, banger. Easy in, easy around, no problem. Vegetation, wildlife, you've got it more than anybody else in this area. Microclimates, many. Open field, by the pond, in the trees, near the softwoods, near the hardwoods. Unbelievable microclimate options. Buildings and infrastructure, pretty good. I mean, sure, could be nicer, but do you want to pay another 200 grand? Probably not. So I would say for your context, you want to come in, turn and burn. Yeah, the house isn't perfect. Yeah, I'm a handyman. I'll fix it up over time. Get your family in there, get set up. This property's got it all. You can scale a farming operation. You can homestead. You can monetize anything you want in there as best as you want. So the buildings infrastructure is great for the context. I'd probably add another barn or something like that, a bigger, higher bay where I could have, you could hoist vehicles or whatever. That's always handy. Hoist animals if you're bleeding them out. Zones of use, perfect. Soil, hard to say for sure, but it looks like hay fields to me, especially as I go through these photos. Looks like hay fields, and so it's benign. You're gonna make the soil better, yeah, great. I'd say highly unlikely that it's contaminated. There's no industrial use on this. Look at the pictures. This just was a homestead, and they had some hay fields. Simple as that. There's no major agriculture around you or industry that's going to be a risk to you. So great. Aesthetics and experience, unbelievable. Unbelievable if you can get past the house being a fixer-upper, but the bones are there. Yeah, you can live in there. It's a turn and burn right now. Yeah, upgrade it in the future, but get in there. Unbelievable. Unbelievable opportunity, my friend. That's a great property. So landlocked, I don't see a problem with that. Excuse me, folks, I'm going to blow my All right. Sorry about that. Yeah. Unbelievable property. Unbelievable property. I've actually, to be honest, I've been looking at buying property in the US as a result of doing this course, because a lot of those listings we looked at, even in the A category, they're still available. Here's a piece of advice for any of you guys just getting into the course content, is you could just go and skip to the A properties and see if there's anything in there you like that's still live, and then go and, go check it out, because there's was an unintended benefit. Like, we didn't build the course with the intent of selling you real estate. We built the course with the intent of showing you how to assess real estate and land. But if you find one of the winners, then hey, the price of the course just paid for itself in seconds of your time. So, okay, next one. We're gonna get into this next one here, and we got 340 people. Smash the like, folks, because they're jamming on the stream here. So next one from Cyrus. Could you choose from one of these two? This ties into my larger concern regarding potential forest fires. California. Oof. No, Oroville. Wow, that's up. That's close to Canada. That's where I rode my bike through Oroville when I did my first bike tour. So hey, Curtis, due to family/work, I need to be in California. So other than the obvious liberal policy, because yeah, right on, brother. The potential forest fire is a concern for me. So curious if either of these two listings have potential fire mitigation strategies. Additionally, the one in Oroville, oh, that's Oroville, California. Never mind. I thought Washington. Oroville is next to a dam, so not sure if that's good or a bad thing. Not to mention that NorCal is connected to the cannabis growing industry, which may or may not be connected to organized crime. You already got into the course, right on. Saw it come with the Mad River one. Lastly, I'm also considering setting up a glamping site to help generate some cash. Yeah, thanks in advance. PS, if there's time, could you share your opinions on contingency plans for potential water source contamination, like what has happened in Ohio/Minnesota due to chemical spills, and why you also don't think nuclear war is a big concern for other risks, since the one difference between you and Joel Skousen. Thank you. Okay, so did you want to keep these private? No, I don't think so. Matthew was making these red. So okay, so let's pull them up here. California. Okay, so this one in Oregon Gulch, Oroville, California, just a mountainside. Yeah, like, the land is beautiful. It's unbelievable. This part of California is just, here, I can even share this with you guys just in the photos, and then you won't even see the name of the listing. So I'll just do that for the moment. Yeah, Northern California. I mean, it's beautiful. Like, look at the country. These photos are probably taken in November too, which is just insane. It's kind of neat about California, how, especially Northern California, how green it gets in the winter. Like, no question, beautiful country. There's your evidence of this was classic gangster hippie dope growing operation in Northern California. No question about it. Commercial power lines there. We'll find it on Google Earth though, and I'll see if it goes to the property. I don't think they do. Some views. Wow, yeah, just ragtag old dope growers. Wow, yeah, classic. Yeah, they even have this, the stems of the plants are still there, so those can last a few years though. So yeah, I mean, the land itself is just beautiful. Just beautiful. Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you, I've spent a lot of time in California, Northern California in particular. Love the geography, love the climate, don't love the culture. Just, and you know what I'm talking about. But dude, I mean, is just as far as just the property, looking at the bones of it. So excluding the culture, excluding California, also excluding the local socioeconomics, which I'll get into that, but those aren't great. Like, I've spent time here. those old dope growers, the gangster hippies is best as I would put it. They're not the friendliest folk. Sorry if people are offended, but let's call a spade, you know. That's how I roll. The culture is tough. Like even what would it have been 15 was even 20 years ago that I rode my bike through Northern California and hung out in Humboldt County for weeks. I don't know, man. People aren't friendly. It's paranoid, and rightfully so. It was tough to do, you know, it was tough to be a weed grower back then, you know. But so, I mean, I would say, yeah, on the property itself, we don't even have to pull it up on Google Earth. Like I can just tell it's incredible. It's beautiful. There's a reason it's that cheap, and it guaranteed it's a socioeconomic reason. What do we got here? It's 60 acres, 1,000 square foot of residence, 2 septics, 2 power service poles. Yeah. Unbelievable property for what it is. The socioeconomics are what's going to be tough for you. It's a tough culture to live in there. It really is, because people are paranoid, and I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about it, but I don't know. You might know better than I, but I've spent a lot of time in that area, and I know, you know, I've been I'm a weed smoker. I've been in the cannabis culture for a long time, far before it was legal, you know, and I can tell you, as somebody who knows a lot about that culture in BC and California, I can tell you that the culture in California is very different than the culture in BC, because, you know, there's complicated reasons, but one of the reasons is that if you were growing weed illegally in California when it was illegal, it was dangerous because the government will throw you in prison for a long time. Whereas in British Columbia, even though it was illegal, they wouldn't throw you in prison. They'd civil forfeiture your ass, but they won't throw you in jail. So different circumstances, and so different risks. And so the people that took the risks in Northern California, when that was a thing, are a bit more harder edged, to say the least. So I don't need to speak more to that, really. I think you get it. But the property itself is incredible. And this other, excuse me, this other place you sent me, I'm just looking at the another dope grower. Yeah, all up in this area, hey. Going through. Hey, actually, we can do this. I can share this, because then you guys won't see. You won't have immediate competition, but I can just show the images, and it doesn't show the address. So house, it is what it is on both of them. They're not great. It's the same kind of property, really. It's the same thing. It's just old dope grower lifting weights on the deck. I mean, yeah, I mean, this place is amazing. This one's a bit more, it's drier here. It's a bit dumpier. Whoops. Oh geez, I'm sorry. Sorry, dude. I think at first glance, as far as just the properties themselves, again, excluding all the socioeconomic stuff, the first one is better. The one in Oroville is better. The price is higher, but it's better. The infrastructure on the property looks better. It's greener. Let's see what kind of aspect you have. I'll just search this address, actually. And you didn't actually tell me to not share it, so maybe I don't feel so bad. I didn't mean to. I tried to just do it anyways, but it's difficult when you're doing these. I'm just going to zoom in real quick on Google Earth here. And oh yeah, what side of the valley are you on here? Oh geez. No, I can tell if I just go into the Google map. My gut. Oh, you're on the you're facing east. Okay, that's good. Yeah, that's good. That's really good for California. Better than facing west, and you can see why. Here, I'll show you guys something really neat. I won't share. Well, you don't care, but I'll just show you guys a real neat observation I can make with Google Earth, which is, it's fun to do this kind of stuff. So the property in question here is facing east. So we have a north-south running valley here. And when you're in a hotter climate, or a climate gets hot summer, which is here, you get a hot summer, facing east is more beneficial, because when you're facing east, you get the morning sun. So the temperature cooled down from the night, and then you get sun in the morning. So the temperature comes up, sun keeps going up. But by high noon, it's above you and your land is facing this way. As you get into afternoon, the sun's away from you. And so you can see that in this valley is illustrated very well, that it's cooler in the afternoon on an eastern facing valley. And it's hotter in the afternoon, because even though this face here, which you can see is more dry, right? You can see clearly that that's the hot side. You don't want to be on that side in California. That's uncomfortable. Being a south exposure in California is fine, because the sun's high enough in the sky that it doesn't cook you like this does. When the sun's setting in the west, you're cooking on this hill, because this is warmed up all day, and then it's had sun at the hottest time of the day, where this had sun on the coolest side of the day. So it's nicer to be in an eastern facing valley than a western facing valley in California. And I'll just pull the other one up for you too, brother. I'll just search it on Google Earth here. Okay, so we're a little further south. We're tucked up against the mountain range there. Yeah, so, oh yeah, dude, this is the second one here is just a way different climate. And again, I'll show you, I'll keep this secret. I'll share my Google Earth screen again. Way hotter down here, hotter and drier. Just look at the geography. Like, as far as the climate classification goes, they're both technically the same, but just by microclimate. So what we have here is you actually are south. You have a general, you're on a primary ridge. Okay, so this, well, yeah, there's a grander ridge here, and then you're on a secondary ridge off that. But, and it's got a south aspect, which is nice, but it's on a general southwestern primary ridge. So no, way too hot, way too hot. You won't like it. I would disqualify that property. If you paid me to consult for you and you said, these are the two properties, tell me the better one, the Oroville property is way better. It looks nicer, way nicer climate, way more water, way more vegetation and wildlife. What was the size of this one? Is this, yeah, and the other one's bigger. Oh yeah, for 25 extra grand. Are you kidding me? Yeah, Oroville one crushes. So there you go, Cyrus. Yeah, the Oroville property is your one there. And yeah, and then what else did you say? As far as fire, well, one, the second property is the one with the real fire risk, and then the other one, not so much. But I mean, fire strategy comes down to you being able to defend. Well, it comes down to a number of things, but water, number one, is the most important asset. And that's why I don't like in California. And I'll riff on a little bit of gravy for a second here. Is I think they intentionally cook California. I think there was a lot of evidence showing that last one, there was literally lasers coming from the sky. And I know that sounds so crazy. People are like, oh, shut up, you're a conspiracy, whatever. Hey, there's a lot of people out there that said they saw that. And I think it makes sense when you look at the greater agenda to shake California's boots, because California is such a cultural leader that if Californians are afraid, a lot of other Americans are afraid. And if Californians, a lot of people in the world are afraid. So California is a cultural, it's a cultural trend setter, for better or worse, but it is. And I think they shake Californians up because of that. And so I wouldn't live in California, period. I understand you need to, but the first property is better for fire in general because it's a wetter climate. It's further north, which is, I'd rather be further north than further south in California. The other two, that second one too, is on the edge of Central Valley. That's just big ag. That's the worst ag in the world. That is the worst ag. I don't want to live in that. Whereas the other property was way further out of it. So anyways, what else did you say? Glamping, yeah. I mean, I think you've got a good idea, man. I really think that Oroville property is really good if you can get past the thing. And then, your comment about chemical spills and stuff like that. Well, this is where living in the mountains is advantageous, and part of the reason I chose to live in the mountains is that chemical spills won't affect you because you're in the higher ground. So unless there's a major thing that's going over your ground and that leads towards you, if it's spilt, you're not going to be in that. When it comes to things like what happened in Ohio, I mean, it's tough in general. Don't be close to train tracks that are moving, chemicals. That's really all there is to say about it. Why I don't fear nuclear war? A couple reasons. One is the fear of nuclear war is more valuable than nuclear war. Because nuclear war in general has very little upside to even the person pulling the nuke. Because let's say it's Russia nuking the US or China nuking the US or whatever, Fortress America type scenario, call it. The US has so many resources and China has so few. And Russia has a lot of resources, but they take a lot of resources to get because that's similar to Canada. In the US, access to resources is so easy. There's major highways going everywhere. Like, just think about what we talk about with properties, access and circulation. The US, if you're going to go to war with the US to bomb the US, there's not, like, it wouldn't be a good, then you wouldn't benefit from the resources. Why not benefit from the resources? So I think that's reason 1 and 2 is that, number one, the fear is worth more than the nuclear war itself. 2, why would they do it? Why would you destroy the resources of the United States? Even, if I was fearful of nuclear Armageddon, I wouldn't want to live anywhere within 600 miles of Washington, D.C. But again, circling back to my other point, is that is the breadbasket. Like, when you look at, I'll just share Google Earth here. When you look at Google or you look at North America, the United States is an unbelievable resource. Just in North America in general, look at that. How much green there is. Canada in particular, with all its fresh water and lakes. The US, look at this, how green it is. This is just such an agricultural hub. Going over to Russia, Russia's actually pretty sweet. I'll show you why. But coming up here, this is all a DFB, and then you get into DFC when you go to climate classification here. DFC is just a lot colder. It's where you get like sphagnum, and you get a lot of what's called these bog areas. You can't really get into it in the summer. You can only go into it in the winter because that's the freeze. So this is all a DFC up here. Russia's got a lot of DFB though, which is, I was actually surprised. And how much, look at the climate zones Russia has, quite amazing. This would be the spot to live in Russia. That's like your North Carolina here. Anyways, I think nuclear Armageddon just doesn't make logical sense to me. And I could be wrong. I don't know. I'm not the arbiter of truth. I'm not the, the end of it all. I just am a guy with some opinions, and I try to share opinions that I've done some homework on so that I can at least give you something valuable, but I'm not afraid of nuclear Armageddon at all. And so I think the best you can do is control for major threats. In those properties in California, it's going to be the socioeconomics. How do you shelter yourself from that? Going there and seeing the property is going to be really important, and maybe even trying to say hello to the neighbors and how are they, because that'd be my biggest concern is your direct neighbors around you. If they're all really cool people and you're stoked, hey, that could be a great scenario. But again, those areas in Northern California can be pretty rough. Yeah. Sherry says, Curtis, you mentioned Central Valley, California. We have 40 acres south facing hillside in Tehachapi. Would you stay or go? I don't know. It's hard for me to answer that question just on that alone. I mean, if you have the option, I would. I frankly, I just don't think if knowing what I know, and California is actually the place that I've been to 42 US states. I've been to the majority of the continental US, worked, consulted, taught workshops, traveled to be a speaker, what have you, been all over the US. And I spent most of my time in California because I had a business there for a number of years with Diego Fooder down in Carlsbad. And yeah, been there a lot. My first workshops I started teaching when I first started farming were in Northern California, and then I started doing more stuff in Southern California. But yeah, I mean, if California was just the climate and the geography, it's such an amazing place. But the culture is just so, and the state is so heavy-handed. And here's the thing that I think is the big difference between Canada and the US in general. Because people say to me all the time, oh, Canada, listen to Trudeau and this, that, and the other. And it's like, well, you might not like what the politics are. Granted, I don't either. But our politics don't have boots on the ground in the same way as they do in the US. And that depends on your state for a large part, for sure. But you will not find in Canada farms being raided by M16s for producing raw milk. I'm not saying that things like that haven't happened in Canada. They sure have a little bit, but for the most part, organizations like the Canadian Food Inspection Agency are benign compared to the FDA and the USDA. Benign. Even the IRS now has 80,000 new armed agents. Like Canada just doesn't have the level of force. So yeah, you might not like the politics, and it's annoying and it's stupid, and you can see it right through it, but it just doesn't have the same level of force. And so that's why I like Canada, is that, yeah, again, I live in a province that's as left leaning as you can be with the NDP, but in the country, it's not that way at all where I live. And the state just doesn't have force, don't have the infrastructure, don't have the boots on the ground. They don't even have the guns like they do in the US, or just the cultural violence. And so it's very different. So anyways, take that for what it's worth. But yeah, so yeah, and that's the thing too. Again, yeah, as Jay just said, it's not even so much the politics in California, though it is. It's the politics. It's a few things. The number of things. It's the politics. Okay, politics can be whatever as long as they don't affect you, but they do in California, because the amount of government in California is, I think it's the biggest in the US, that in New York. Has a massive level of force. I mean, armed, everybody's armed to the teeth as far as government. And then less people are armed, unlike Texas. And so I like that. Texas is a bit more of an equalizer in that regard. I'd rather more people be armed than more government be armed, because I trust people diversified entirely by their own self-interest than I do government under its monolithic interest against me. So I like guns in that regard. California has less people having guns and more government having guns. Not a good ratio. But to what Jay said in the chat here is the population of California. So not only do you have a very, very liberal and woke population, even in Northern California, it's unbelievable the level of woke. And I knew a lot of people there and a lot of good farmers that I can't even talk to anymore, because they're so woke that unless I stand there and bow to Black Lives Matter, they won't have me, right? Or unless I cringe like Chicken Little to the impending doom of climate change, they won't have me. And so that, coupled with a large population and a large population that's desperate. California has some of the most polarized economic demographics in the US, as in there's a lot of rich people live there, but there's a lot of poor people and a lot of people just getting by, a lot of people homeless. LA, San Diego, San Francisco are just shitholes. They're shitholes. I'll say it. I don't want to go there anymore. I used to go there all the time. I used to love going to LA, Long Beach, places like that. I used to love it. I used to love going to San Francisco. Even then, I used to stay in the Mission District with some friends, and even then it was rough. But it's beyond rough now. First time I saw somebody taking a shit in the middle of the street was in San Francisco, right in the Mission District, which isn't even as bad as some other areas. So anyways, enough on California. Cyrus, bless your heart for doing it, but definitely Oroville's a better property for you. Okay, so next one here. This is from Lisa. Just if it's a good homesteading property, or are there any glaring flaws other than the price? And I know it's in zone 8, only being at risk of lava flow. Oh, this is Hawaii. Oh, cool. Non-explosive volcano, which has been dormant for 4,500 years. For me on Google Earth, the address shows up 2 streams over. I had to just look at the 2 stream. Okay, so you didn't say make it private, but Matthew has red boxed it. Okay, well, let's just pull it up, Lisa. It doesn't say. I'm just asking Matthew. Wow, beautiful. $1 million for 15 acres. You know what's crazy about Hawaii is that compared to Canada, like you couldn't get, you'd be lucky to find 15 acres. Okay, I can just share this then. Okay, I'm just going to share it then because you didn't say otherwise. So I'm going to share it. Let's pull it. Yeah, 15 acres. Whew. But, there's parts of British Columbia where 15 acres literally costs the same thing, which is insane. I'm just, if I had the choice, yeah, sure, Hawaii. Love Hawaii. Love the climate. It's amazing. Wow. Nice house. Yeah, $1 million, shit. Whew. Look at that. Deck all around. Wow, this is, dude, I feel like this is a vacation. Wow. Beautiful. Oh, is that on the property? There's your cistern. Wow. I mean, from the exterior photos, you wouldn't think that it looks the way it does inside, but oh my goodness, this is paradise. Wow. I've been all over Hawaii too, and I just feel like that Hawaiian warmth just looking at these photos. Wow. Oh, that's kind of cool. This is great. Look at that, the rainbow, amazing. Take back the rainbow. Let's take back the rainbow and make it what it's supposed to be about. Wow. Beautiful. Unbelievable. Yeah, I mean, I'll pull it up on Google Earth, but holy, that's really nice. Yeah, the price is the price, it's $1 million for 15 acres. Hawaii is probably one of those places too where it might not suffer that much from real estate, prices dropping so much just because it's such a desirable place to live. Wow. I'm just looking on Google Earth here. I'll share my screen. Let's see if we can find it. You guys jamming on the stream? Is this cool? I love how in the tropics, like the way you face doesn't really matter so much. Though facing south west is always Well, not so much because the climate it's so stable. The temperature is so stable here. Wow, look at that. Isn't that neat topography? Look at those tributaries coming down from the mountains. That's cool. Wow. Okay, so I mean, is it just comparing images here on the Google Earth? I'm still sharing. I'm just looking on the listing for a second again. Okay, you're on the high side of that road. Okay. Weird that it doesn't have the boundaries on it doesn't have the property lines drawn. Or does it? To that road, could it be? Sorry, I'm just going back between another one of my screens. Yeah, I mean, it is a okay. Okay, it looks like it's just this. Is it just this? Yeah, that's about it. Okay. Yeah. Wow, 15 acres. Yeah. With this kind of topography, I mean, this is so cool. You're between these two tributaries. That's so cool. Be interesting to know exactly where the property lines go. Can you tap into those? Wow, just paradise. It's neat topography too, because it really gives you privacy, like how the roads follow the tributaries. You see that? And so you have your own sort of select topography within that, as in you're onto that tributary, that one, which is also a road. Reminds me of New Zealand. A lot of places I visited in New Zealand are kind of like this. Not allowed to possess. I'm just looking at your guys' chat. Wow. Yeah. I mean, it's a nice property, man. You can do a lot because, I mean, so, okay. So climate win. It is what it is. We know it's great. You said there's no threat of volcano or no recent threat. Geography win. You've got nice topography. You've got topography, which is cool. So on the bottom side of the property, you're 258, and the top side, you're 290, call it 300. So you got, 46 meters of topography times 3 would be that in feet. So geography's a win. Water, probably a win. You get so much rainwater here too. You can capture it. I mean, Hawaii is amazing. You'll just get the maritime weather is unbelievable. Cloud system moves in, rains for 3 minutes, and it's sunny again. It's beautiful. It's like what it's here. It's like that here in the spring, and part of the summer. But so yeah, I mean, it's lovely. Lots of water. Socioeconomics this is high class. I mean, look at your millionaire neighbor there. That's a multi-million-dollar property right there. I mean, yeah, it's great. It's great. Good access in circulation. Yeah, you got it. Could upgrade these roads. How late are these photos? Beautiful. Wow, this is a really nice property. Yeah, I'd do it. Oh, some solar panels in there. Look at that big cistern. Pond. This place has got it all. This is crazy. Yeah, microclimate, buildings, infrastructure, soil. Yeah, this is amazing. This is an amazing property. Again, yeah, as you said, if you don't mind the price, that's an unbelievable property. Yeah, I hope you buy it. Hope you can afford to buy it. It's really neat when you look, like some climates, you can have less land. Like in northern climates, I think colder climates, I think more land is almost completely necessary. One example why is grazing animals. You can't, if you overgraze, then you hurt your land. But if you graze, what they call HLM, holistic land management, short duration, long recovery, you could, in cold climates, you can't go back on. Climates like California, that pasture, you probably have those animals back on that pasture in 30 days. And you know what I mean? I don't know that for sure, but I just know that in warm climates like that, you can do that. You get more production out of the land in a warmer climate, and Hawaii is a tropical climate. So it's, what are you here actually in this one? I'm just curious. What level of tropic are you? Just pulling up the climate classification. Yeah, everything is expensive in Hawaii. You're right. Yeah, isn't that neat? Wow, isn't that neat? An AF, and it's just so cool because you're on the mountains. I love. It's just so neat in Hawaii. Those Hawaiian mountains are just so much topography. Like at the peak of this, what island is this? Is this the Big Island? I'm so zoomed in that I didn't even know. Yeah, this is the Big Island. Yeah, wow. Hey, and you're at, where are we at here? 270 meters above sea level there. And then at the top of the Hawaiian island, 4,000 meters, 4 kilometers. Wow. Isn't that neat? And it's I'm going to share my screen again. I'm just looking on this map, just kind of tripping on how beautiful Hawaii is. But it's just, there's our property down here. Well, yeah, there's the big city. Hey, you're a good distance away from it too. But just look at that. Isn't that cool? And it's so neat. You can actually see the climate zones physically in the geography. You can see that this is going to be like a CFA, and then you've got your tropical down low. And check this out. So put up you can see that, right? So you got your AF hot tropical climate here. And then you go right up to a CFA, just another 400 meters up the mountain, you get into a CFA. It's so cool because, yeah, it's just amazing that Hawaii doesn't produce more of its food. Hawaii actually is a bit of a black swan. One thing people don't know about Hawaii that I found out by traveling there and spending time there. I had a friend that lived down there and spent a good amount of time. Went to Molokai Island and stayed on there. It was a trip. Is that Hawaii is very non-self-sufficient. Everything from Hawaii is brought in from other places. And the native population has been just demoralized, like most native populations. And their traditional ways are, for the most part, gone. But the thing that's so neat about traditional Hawaiian values, and when you very different when you think about and I look at culture just like I do climate, geography, or anything else. I just look at it agnostically, and I'm not afraid to call a spade. But when you look at the culture of Hawaiian indigenous culture and say, Northwestern Europeans, Protestants, cold climate people, you have in Hawaii a very lazy culture. The reason being is it's so easy to get food in Hawaii. I once saw a guy, I was on a beach in, which island was it? I was actually on Molokai. It was on Molokai. It was on the eastern side of Molokai, which is more green. We were at this beach and I saw this native guy come out with a fishing spear and a bucket. And in the bucket, he had his fins and his mask and his snorkel. And this guy went to the beach and we were just sitting on the beach, having cocktails, hanging out and having a nice time. I was just watching this guy, real alpha guy. Like, you don't see guys like this, these guys are almost extinct. But this guy went out in the water for 30 minutes and he came back with, must have been 20 to 30 pounds of fish. I'm not kidding you. And there lies an example of the abundance of a place like that. And so you can see how that can affect the culture. Whereas when you come from Western European, Northwestern European in particular culture, cold climate, you have to use agriculture to get a surplus of food to get you through winter. And that takes a lot of hard work because you have to do 12 months of work in 8 months, or sometimes even 6 months. That creates a work ethic that is unsurpassed in the world today, in my opinion, and is why, for the large part, Western Northern Europeans dominate the world in some way or another. And that's nuanced. You can go on about that, but whatever. My point is that those cultural attitudes are very different. Now, the thing that's really tragic about Hawaii, so, how do Westerners affect the indigenous cultures of the places that they go? So how did those Northwestern Protestant Europeans affect the Canadian indigenous population versus how did they affect the Hawaiian indigenous population? Both, they affected them terribly. But the thing is that's crazy about Hawaii is that you've got, the irony of it is you've got this unbelievable abundance, yet you have this super fragile socioeconomics where very few people actually grow. Well, people have gardens, don't get me wrong, but that doesn't make the lion's share of what a person eats. Costco is in Hawaii. Spam is the most, at least when I was there 20 years ago, spam was the most consumed food product in Hawaii. And there was some weird reasons for that. But Hawaii is very vulnerable in that regard. And so if you want to be secure in Hawaii, you really better grow your own food and do it well. But in Western culture, in northern climates like Canada, yes, native populations were abused and it's all terrible and nothing good about it. However, that didn't really affect the general culture, whereas Hawaii generally has the sort of vacation, chill, easy come, easy go cultural attitude to it. In rural Canada, it's not like that, or rural cold climate US, you don't get that. People have to work hard, especially when they're on the land. But Hawaii, you just don't see that. Not a lot of busting ass on Hawaii. Not to say there aren't people busting ass, but I don't know. I think you get what I mean. But yeah, unbelievable property. Yeah, if I had $1 million to just blow on a vacation property, I'd buy it. It's a really nice one. So good pick there, Lisa. Joe Serrano says CFA is cooler on account of elevation. Yeah, Joe, pretty much everything is cooler on account of elevation. When you look at, let me just show you North America here for a second. For the most part, climates are as a result of elevation. Yeah, there's some other things too, but so here's North America and South America. Joe, I know you're down in Mexico. But yeah, so these CFA climates, so boreal climate is what makes, boreal is like, we call them the boreal forests and whatnot. They're high elevation as far as sea level. And as you go down in the US, you get down into the CFA. So you can see here the elevational differences. So even up here in Iowa, the boreal really starts to about 300 meters or so above sea level. You get into the boreal. This isn't going to get this thing out here. And then you come down into 200 meters, 100 meters, so on and so forth. At a certain point, the elevation has a lot to do with it. It also has to do with a lot of the tree cover in the area, the trees perspiring, breathing, the types of soil, how much water is there. There's actually a lot of factors on why a certain thing is a certain climate. And I can't really say for sure what it is definitively, but I can observe that, boreal climates are a lot higher elevation. So we have a DFB here. That's the kind of climate I live in. And then we're at, 500 to 300 meters, kind of, you get into DFA, we're down lower, but no, we're DFA up here too. So it's not always it's not always elevation. It's a combination of things, but yeah. And then we got our BSK climates. It's our nasty arid climates. Haven't seen any of those yet. So let's see what else. Okay, let's see. Next was Diane. Didn't say anything, just shared a Zillow link. Okay, let's look at it. Didn't request that it be shared, that it should be kept private. Here, let's do my hold desktop, and then that way I can toggle between, we can actually find this property. So this is Stockbridge, MA. Is that Michigan? I don't like Zillow. I don't know why so many people use Zillow. I just don't like the way it views, but this is good what they've put in here. So let's find this place on Google Earth. So it's just land. There's no infrastructure. Okay, well, that makes it easier to find. Go to Google Earth. Let's see if it takes us first time. Yes. Oh, Massachusetts. That's MA. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so we can look at this. It's kind of weird tucked between those two houses. Let me do this. Share my screen. So yeah, like in the course, guys, this is you're getting the same type of thing I'm doing right now, but it's way more structured and it's way less. There's no me fucking around trying to find things. It's all edited and cut into the point. But essentially what we're doing here today is looking at people's properties who signed up for the course. And when you signed up, we sent you an email and asked if you wanted to participate in me evaluating your property. Okay, so here we go. Okay. Oh, I see. Let me go into the more recent photos. Oh, that's it. There, let's just compare these two. Oops. Just trying to get a bit more resolution to see if that is the right place. That driveway here, I'm just trying to make sure that where I'm looking is exactly it. Roundabout. Oh, they might have had that. They might be looking at it like this. Yeah, and then they added this later. Aha. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Yeah, so here we go. That's cool. Just kind of draw it out approximately here. That. There. That's approximately it like that. Yeah. 7.8 acres. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's a nice area. If you want to be in Massachusetts, a little close to that highway though. That would be the first threat that I would say is potentially there. Yeah, that's a little close to that highway. I mean, it's nice that you're down this dead end road. You'll probably hear that interstate. So that's a socioeconomic threat. Yeah. To me, that's too close to an interstate. You know, close to Albany, New York. That's your next biggest town. Springfield. There's a lot of people in this area. If you're stuck on Michigan, then, you know, it is what it is. I'm just going to read what you didn't say anything. You just pasted it in there. Yeah. I wouldn't live there personally, but that's just me. If you don't have the choice, like you have to live in not Michigan, Massachusetts. I spent a ton of time in this area when I was a musician because we used to come down from Montreal, and it's a straight shot down from Montreal, and we play in Providence. We didn't play in Boston. I think we might have played a gig in Springfield once. And we play along this area in New York City, of course, on our way down to New York City. But I wouldn't want to live in that part of the world, but you might have to. The property itself I mean, there's nothing on it. So you've got, it's 150,000. It's a small acreage though. You can't really do that much with that much acreage. I mean, yeah, it's good that it's all trees. That's for sure. The topography's all right. You got a little bit. No, you actually face a bit north. I wouldn't, I wouldn't buy it. I wouldn't live that close to an interstate. You're going to hear it. You'll literally hear it. It's not far enough. You'll hear it. So yeah, but I wouldn't do it. Yeah, people are commenting like, yeah, crime ridden and stuff. It's, yeah, it's, that's not getting away. That's not, you're not really homesteading there. That area is so populated. You're right on an interstate. You're not really homesteading. This is hardly a rural experience. This is a rural experience by appearance only. This isn't a rural experience as far as the living. And so I wouldn't buy that property. It's too small anyways. So I just saved you 150 grand there, Diane. We plan, okay, so next one, we plan to move here and start a homestead. We'd love your insights on this property that we already own. Oh, okay. Post, oh geez. Okay, here we go. You did give me an address. Cool. Well, not really. Dude, you didn't give me an address. This is Martin. Martigan. My apologies for not pronouncing your name correctly. Well, I see we plan to move here and start a homestead living. It's 37 acres. You know, I just pasted in what you sent me. Head Hollow Road, Duffield, Lee County, Virginia. And it took me to a pinpoint, but I'm not sure I know what I'm looking at here for your property, brother. Here, let me just share my screen. If you're in the chat, you can chime in too, but so that's what I got when I searched that. You said, oops, am I, what did you say? It's 37 acres. Okay, let's see if I can measure that out. Because I would just guess if, I mean, well, it looks like it's on this side of the road. Usually Google is, oh no, where is it? Is it on this side of the road? That's annoying. Yeah, see, dude, I don't know. Again, is Martin in the chat? Because 16 acres, you know, let's just see what we get here. That's 26. So maybe that's not your property. It could be this one. Maybe is it this between all these roads and stuff? Let's see. Yeah. See, I don't know. You didn't give me an exact address. And so I don't know what we're looking at. Nice country. Okay. Thanks, buddy. Matt, I can share all properties now going forward. Yeah, so I'm sorry, man. I don't know which one it is. You didn't give me an exact address. So when I put that in, because you didn't say it's the one on the right or the one on the left. And I'm watching for you in the chat and I'm not seeing you, so I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, the area is nice. The general stuff around it is nice. There's a old mine up there. It probably won't matter for you. Yeah, it's on an off the state highway. Location's nice. This geography is just always trips me out. What the hell is that, hey, in Virginia? It's just so cool. Yeah. So without knowing the exact property and which one it is, and I've been watching in the chat, I don't see in there. So, but yeah, it's all right. I mean, the thing is with these areas is that they're not that rural because like there's so many people in this area in general. That's a good or a bad thing. But yeah, it's all right. It's all right. Again, I can't really say anything else about it because you didn't tell me exactly which one it was, so I couldn't do it. So next one from Roman here. We've got a property in Ontario, Canada. He just wants me to look at the listing. We can certainly do that. And then we can find it on Google Earth too. Let's just share my desktop. So Huntsville, Ontario, 10 acres for 325 grand. Man, Canada's ridiculous. It's fairly small. I mean, how long has this been on the market? That the 66 days. I wouldn't be surprised if it was pulled and listed again, but I could be wrong. Just Canadian real estate is absolutely absurd. It's just absolutely absurd what people are asking compared to what you can buy in the US. It's just ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Let's see what we got here. And it's 10 acres. Okay, yeah, I think it's this. Okay, there it is. So this is what I can do here. Is I can do this. Find it exactly. Whoops. Grab my Google Earth window and do this. And then, well, that's weird. Took me, I don't see that. Whoops. Huh. That's weird. I don't see that road. Steffson Road 2W. Oh, this took me to east, but I copied it. Road west. Maybe I needed this. No, that's stupid. Let's see if I can just zoom out and find. Okay, there's that. No. Ugh, that's annoying. Here, I hate when that happens. And they don't have. Do they have the map on here? This is realtor.ca, which is sometimes annoying. Okay, there we go. Yes. Oh no, that's just the demographics. Ah, that's annoying. Now, why is it, I don't understand why it's giving me west and not east. Oh, what's this? Let's see if we can find it. If we can just chase it down somehow. 2 road west. Maybe, yeah, west and east is usually split by highways. So this actually looks like it's it right here. Yeah, it is. Okay. So there's your, yeah, sometimes you just have to kind of mess around a bit to find it, but what were we on here? 10 acres. 10 acres is not that much land in Canada. So grab my polygon tool somewhere here. I don't know, maybe like that. Oh yeah, along here. Oops. I don't know, something like that, approximately. Yeah, good enough. You know, we just want to make notes about the general. I mean, it's a piece of raw land with nothing on it, right? Or what was on it? There's a pad. Okay, let me update my Google imagery. There you go. Oh, I mean, no, this sucks. Like, it doesn't suck. It would be sweet if it was $50,000, but 300 and like, it's just absolutely absurd in Canada. It's absolutely absurd. I mean, for one, there's very little here. Okay, yeah, hydro line, big deal. Yeah, you got some trees, only 10 acres of them. You're gonna spend, your access and circulation is more challenging than mine. Your access is good, actually, easy in, easy out, but there's no circulation because there's just not that much. There's a small landing. Like, what are you going to put in that landing? You know, yeah, you can put a house in there, not much else. It's a lot of work, my friend. Yeah, I wouldn't. That's Roman in Ontario. Yeah, I wouldn't. Let's go back on the screen there. I just wanted to toggle onto your sheet, and I didn't want to share the spreadsheet. Yeah, kind of close to that highway. What area are you in here, Ontario? Well, you're out of the shit, that's for sure. You're out of Southern Ontario. Yeah. I just think it's so unrealistic. The pricing, you have to build a house, you have to build all infrastructure, water infrastructure. You know, it's a complete, the geography is nice, but there's not that much of it. So you don't get the real benefit of it. You got a tiny landing to start with. There might be water here. Lots of rain here anyways. It's like generally green, right? So there's usually water here. You know, people with nice places around. I mean, it's kind of, the expectation here is that you're going to do what your neighbors did, right? And that's why this is priced as it is. So for that, yeah, but I don't think it's just not that much land, and it's just going to be a lot of work for you. Like, you're already starting at a really high price. And so, but the property itself is okay. It's nice to have all those trees. You know, you've got some water tributaries here. You've got some topography on the property. The property itself is all right. It's just, you're going to spend a lot. You'll be to build a home, infrastructure for homesteading, all this, you will spend $1 million on top of the 325 for this, for sure. If you want to, well, and if you just want to, if you're a single person and you just want to put a mobile home in there, there's of course there's cheap ways to do it. There's no doubt about it. But just the price of that for that much land, there's other parts of Canada where you can buy that much, 5 times as much land at the same price. So take that into consideration. Okay, we're going to look at another place here from Mayor in Tennessee. I'm just going to take a quick whiz. I'll be right back. All right. So how's everybody doing? Smash the like. Somebody, I haven't found much in BC. Yeah, BC's tough right now. BC's tough. Katie says the politics in Saskatchewan and Alberta are better than BC. Yeah, but are they? I mean, and what do the politics do to you anyways? The fact that BC has an idiot, they're all idiots though. All government sucks. So I don't know what makes it any better in Saskatchewan or Alberta. In Alberta, yeah, it sounds the new premier sounds like she's saying nice stuff, but she's also quoting UNDRIP. And I know a bunch of farmers in Alberta right now that have the counties coming at them for all kinds of stuff. Whereas in BC, I don't know anybody that's dealing with stuff like this. So I don't know. I think in Canada, like, because what I said before, that the politics are so benign, the force of the government is so benign that the politics are almost irrelevant for the most part. Unless you're surrounded by it, it doesn't really matter. I could care less. Having said that, I prefer BC than Ontario for the politics, because Ontario just has more people and more government, whereas BC there's less people and less government. So I've always said more people equals more government equals less freedom. And so it doesn't matter if you're a left-wing government or a right-wing government, because what does right-wing even mean anymore? All these political terms are almost so useless. It's just how much more forceful is the government and how much less forceful it is. Their virtue signaling and rhetoric is almost irrelevant. It's just, does that government implore a lot of force or does it not? And that's, for me, that's all I really care about. So anyways, next property here from Mayor. Let me just, before I share my screen, pull this up. Yeah, go there. Okay, unrestricted mountain views close to Cherokee National Forest. 31 acres. Where's the address? Oh, that's an address that's not going to search very well for me. Oh, weird. I can't search that address. It's not going to be a searchable address. Look at the photos. Oh, this is nice. Nice. Yeah, classic kind of Tennessee style forest. Nice. Not a lot of flat, just a raw piece of land. Your biggest challenges, yeah, wow, look at that. Cool. Beautiful. See, I don't even need to pull this up on Google Earth. When you get that, I can pretty much tell everything that we need from the images. I mean, except zooming back and looking for threats. Oh, what's this? Maybe I can find it after all. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, we can find it. We probably don't even need to. I can probably just use this. Yeah, it's nice. Oh, look at that. Can I go 3D? Oh, sweet. Look at that. I can just use this like Google Earth. Really laggy though. That's annoying. Yeah, get out of that. Don't need that. Why is the US land so cheap? Because there's more of it. There's more developed land in the US, and Canada's bigger geographically, but there's more developed land in the US. Thus, there's more for sale. And I would say, I don't know this for certain, but basically from what I've looked at, that's the true per capita as well. There's just so much available. So it's just a supply and demand thing, really. So yeah, okay, you're off the interstate there. Newport. Wait, where are we again here? We're in Tennessee. I don't even know where we are. Oh, here's that map. 30 minutes from Newport. Huh. Is that Tennessee? I can't even tell. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Knoxville. Cool. It's nice. Yeah. See, look, isn't that ridiculous compared to Canada? Like what we looked at in Ontario, 10 acres for a completely undeveloped. This, look at that. He's got some road access. Yeah, I mean, it's a bare bones property. You're gonna have to do a lot, but the price is right. I mean, geez. And it probably go down. How long has it been on the market? Can I get on these phones? There we go. I've never used this land watch. I've never used this site before. Does it say how long it's been on the market? I'm just not as familiar with this platform, so I don't really know where to look for things. Yeah, it's a pretty nice property. But yeah, I mean, you know, your biggest things here are you gotta, when you build roads, so there's no proper roads. Like that's not a proper road. If you're going to build a house, you need a better road, because in Tennessee, you get long periods of wet, and this road will just wash, right? And so there's no ditches on here. This will wash out. It'll be too muddy to drive up there certain times of the year. So if you're gonna develop this property, you've got a lot of work to do. You have to do everything, including building your driveway, and it needs to be done right, engineered properly with ditches on the high side, culverts, all that stuff. Otherwise, you won't even be able to get in here when you're doing a lot of construction and construct. And you know, you could own this property and visit it at any time of the year, no problem. But what I'm talking about is when you're doing construction and you're building a new project, you need to have a lot of trucks going in and out all the time. And that creates a ton of wear and tear on the road. And trust me, and I'm not in a wet climate like you. The roads, construction of roads is of critical importance, and it must be done properly. Otherwise, they'll wash out, and it's a nightmare. And so, yeah, it's a cool property. You know, lots of topography. You got to do it all, though. Yeah, and the price is right, but you got to do it all. So, here's one potential red flag: is that your access. Oh, no, never mind. You got your access here, and then you got good access. You'll probably never use this part of the property that on the other side of that road, but who cares? You'll use it all in here, you know, depending on where your access is. You probably want to build up on a view somewhere. But yeah, it's a beautiful property. But again, it's just, you got to do all the infrastructure. There's really nothing here. And so roads aren't cheap. You know, you'll be, depending on where you decide to put the house, you'll be, here's one slight downside of this property is there's no pasture. So it's, you can make it just takes time. So look at your neighbors' properties here. These ones, you know, they've got some pasture down in the valley and they got some property up on the mountains. That's nice. You don't have any of that. They've subdivided it out. This property, this is what I can't stand. I see this in the US more than I never see this in Canada. It's just mostly American phenomenon. These ridiculous property lines. And so this is subdivided off from here probably at some point. And so this guy took the prime land and then he subdivided off all the land that is just tons of work to develop. So keep that in mind. Yeah, it's great. Beautiful. Private. Could be good access, but you have to make it all. And so you will spend some serious coin on building a road access in there and then clearing a landing. You got a lot of work in just clearing and just getting yourself in there, you know, it's that's the challenge there. So take it for what it's worth. Yeah, it's a beautiful property. But it's just, you got to spend, and it's not, yeah. And the prices are deceiving because 152 grand, or yeah, what was it? Yeah, 152. Sorry, going back to the listing here. Stupid thing. Get me out of here. Okay, 132 grand. Yeah, it's cheap, but there's nothing there. I mean, granted, it's still cheaper than anything you could get in Canada for the rawest piece of land in BC. Can't find anything like this. But huge points against access and circulation, huge points against buildings and infrastructure. Some points against soil because you just have to do it all. Like there's just nothing there you can go in and use. Zones of use, huge points against zones of use. So I would say it would be probably a B property at best. Not without going through its full evaluation, but I'd look for something, you know, again, if you got tons of money and time and you're ready to do a full construction project like I'm doing, and even though I had some infrastructure here, I had some water infrastructure, I had a house to live in, I wouldn't do it. It's just too much of an undertaking to jump into that one. Next one we're going to look at in Idaho. Wow. I rarely see any listings available in Idaho, especially any that are, oh my goodness. Was this on a ski mountain? Jeez. I'll share my screen with you guys here. This is Kenyans. We're just starting our homestead endeavor. We envision having some livestock, goats, and maybe a couple milk cows, and maybe doing some kind of market farming. What's the ideal size property we should be looking for? Okay, you're just starting and you're just throwing something at me. But I will share this because it's kind of funny just on first glance. Yeah, I mean, bigger acreage is better, but this looks, if I had to guess, and I haven't found it on the map, we'll find it. I don't know if we'll be able to actually. Oh no, we can always find it because we just compare the images, but this looks like on top of a ski mountain. Like this looks like an insane amount of snow, thick. Yeah, it'd be nice to see some seasonal photos, but so see, this is the thing that's annoying with this. And yeah, I find this happens a lot when you're looking for properties, is that they don't give you the full address. They just give you this. Okay, well, this is taking me somewhere. So let's see. Okay. I mean, this might be it, but it's only, this looks like a full quarter section there. And so we're divided up into that. Do they do quarter sections? Yeah, they do quarter sections in Idaho. That's cool. So it's a subdivision of that. It's in here. I mean, there's really not much else to say about it because there's nothing on it, right? So it's 10 acres for 165 grand. Quiet living in the country on 10 acres, close to BLM. Black Lives Matter, run! Hiking 4 miles to freeway access, close to Lava Hot Springs. That's cool. 3 hours to Yellow. Well, that's not that close. 2 hours. Yeah, okay. I mean, it's a slice of generic farmland. I mean, yeah, even okay. I mean, when we searched, it took us to this area, and whether it's this exact property or not, it doesn't matter. It might as well be. I can pretty much tell you all the same things. It could be a 10-acre piece, like right here or something like that. Yeah, close. So let's just say it's this. Again, I think you were just starting and you just threw this up here for the sake of having me look at something. And fair enough. Because I could tell on the photos like this, they're looking at towards that mountain range. Oh yeah, look at that. That and that. Yeah, this is probably it. Look at that. Isn't that neat to see that? Yeah, that's for sure it. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, it's a slice of raw farmland that's been a hayfield for 50 years. In Idaho, there's no infrastructure. Your neighbor has a junkyard. I would just say it's a no. Just based on that alone. There's nothing here. There's no vegetation or wildlife. Look at our climate. I bet you we're, because we're high, we're like a one DFB, maybe a D. We could be a DSB. We'll see here. No, we're a DFB. Yeah. I live in a DFB. I love DFB, but I love DFB when I have vegetation and wildlife. There's none here. You're just in a pasture. So this property is just oh, look at that. There's a red flag right there. Center pivot. So there's your threat. There's your socioeconomic threat. So your neighbors are farming conventional commodity crops. So that's going to be corn, soy, stuff that's sprayed. Usually when you see center pivot irrigation like this, that's a sign that there is industrial agriculture happening there. And so I wouldn't want to be there. There's just nothing here. Like your neighbor, like you're off the interstate. Yeah. Like this, don't even consider that property. Just it's not worth it. It's not worth anything. It's just, it sucks. It's a slice of a quarter section that has no boundaries to it. It's beautiful in the winter. But I'd say no. I would get something that's bigger if you're looking in that area. And Idaho's a tough one because so many people moved to Idaho in the last couple of years that it's really difficult to find good properties there. So I would consider Northeast, just right across the border in Washington. You might not like Washington, but again, I think that kind of similar to Canada, as the government is kind of is more benign than say California because less people, smaller government. And if you're living rurally, look in Northeastern Washington, and in the course too, you can go and look at some of those properties we looked at in Northeastern Washington. Some of them are still listed. Unbelievable. Matt says for the Huntsville, Ontario listing, click on the directions on the top of the realtor page. Oh, okay. Is that for the next one? Oh, well, we're already way past the Huntsville and Matt. I found it anyways. Okay, so yeah, I wouldn't even look at it. It's just nothing there. Pulling up another one here. The next one from Kenneth. We're in New Jersey here. You sent one in for was it just two? Oh, you got two in there. And then this one here. You can check them both out. I don't mind. What are we, 2.5 hours into this? Oh, this is the kind of stuff that I just don't get Americans sometimes. I love the US. This is the kind of shit that I just don't understand when it comes to the US. Let me show you something here. I don't understand why people do properties this way. I just don't get it. So you sent me two. Here's a 9,500 square foot lot in New Jersey. I would just say no to that. It's just, oh, this looks like Detroit. No, I wouldn't even consider living here. No, it's squalor. It's not very much land. There's all kinds of industrial stuff that's probably happened on that land. The price is irrelevant. I wouldn't even consider that. Another place in New Jersey. This is the kind of thing I'm talking about. Like, what is up with that property line? Look at these property lines. They make lots of sense. Even this, that makes sense. This, look, what the hell? What's with that? $250,000 for 20 acres that has, it's good, you got access in. I mean, do you have to live in New Jersey? If you do, then I get it, but ugh, I just don't Weird access in. Let's put in here. Just weird. There's that mine right there. What is that? Sulfur? Looks like sulfur. No, I don't think I'd live here. I don't think I'd recommend living here. If you have to be in New Jersey, I get it. Thing is though, like you're just so it's a homestead and not a homestead. Like you're in the massive, dense, populated Philly. You're outside of Philly. My God, Philadelphia is one of those cities that I just no thanks. I've been to Philly many times. Played gigs in Philadelphia. No thanks. I've seen some crazy stuff in Philadelphia, almost as crazy as I've seen in San Francisco Bay Area. It's like if you want to be on the land, there's just so many better places to be. You know, if I knew a bit more about your context, Kenneth, I could comment more, but I just like, if you just throw in those properties at me with no comment, those are my comments. That's like, there's just, they're not nice. I don't think we found any, actually in the course, I don't think we looked at anything in New Jersey. I think some states are just too difficult. Like, New Jersey is just so populated. And that part too, close to Philadelphia and stuff. Ugh. No thanks. It's like you want to be on the land, you want to be in the homestead, you also want the culture of the homestead too. At least that's my context. I mean, again, if you told me more about yours, I'd have more to say. But we got another one here from She in California. Your comments are: can this dry area be rehabilitated into forest by planting trees / fora and with only water from rainfalls? No well water, no city water, no country water. There is no snowmelt in the area, no natural bodies of water, etc. Can the area sustain an artificial agricultural pond? Can the area sustain homesteading farming? Well, let's look at it and tell you. I'm going to guess no. Just by so we're up in Gonzales, California here. Okay, larger, well, not that large. Ugh. Innocent. Oh no, is this Salinas Valley? Where are we? No, this. Yeah, Monterey. This is the Salinas Valley. Yeah, Salinas Valley. Okay, yeah, another big ag valley in the US. Yeah, I wouldn't want to live that close to that many conventional farms. I mean, again, it's one of these things so similar to Jersey. It's just, it's such a populated area. You're not that far off that state highway. I mean, it's nice down here. I rode my bike right through here. I hung out in Salinas for a day, and then hung out in Monterey and Santa Cruz as well. But yeah, it's, you know, it is what it is. That's one of my favorite parts of the world right there, Big Sur, California. Just unbelievably beautiful. Yeah, I mean, it's a nice climate, you know, there's topography there. It's hot though, southwest facing. Woo! Southern California, you're gonna cook. You're gonna cook. Yeah, this is hot. When I rode my bike through this part of California, and this was October 2009, it was 50 degrees Celsius here. 50 degrees Celsius. That is so hot. It's hard to imagine that heat. The only people that live in that type of heat, other than this part, and it's not like that all the time, but that's how hot it was at the time I rode my bike through here. I had to stop every 10 minutes and just get in the shade, cover myself. It was just so hot. This is in the Middle East is very similar to this. This is a BS. This actually won't be a BSK. This will be like a 140 acres, $980,000. That's insane. Let's see here if we can find it. That's just insane. I mean, your questions about can it be done and all this without any other water, I would say, yeah, anything's possible, but at what cost? It's just too, yeah, I mean, if you're going to be in a agricultural valley in California, you're in the best part of the valley, though I would probably rather face northeast than southwest, because you're going to bake on this hillside. Because like, so pulling back here, huge, ridge system, mountain system coming down, looking at the other ridges. So these bigger ridges here, you're at the base, you got a neat little climate variation or geographical variation in it, neat topography, very little trees. That's in June. That's in January. Oh, there's the photos on. Yeah, look at that. That's August. That's what it's like in August there. Ooh. I wouldn't do it. And for the price and for the amount that the government's going to manhandle you, like all of this is so regulated, this stuff in California. It is so, I wouldn't live there. It's too close to that highway. It's too close to all these conventional farms. It's too hot. It's a southwest aspect. It is and on the high side of this valley. Oh my goodness, you are gonna cook. And there's just all the agriculture here is supported by these aquifers. And if they ever drilled primary water wells like they were supposed to in California 100 years ago, or that they should have, it wouldn't be an issue, but it's not. These are all shallow aquifers, and who knows how long they'll last. No, I wouldn't recommend paying that much money for a property like that. Again, you guys give me your context, then I can offer more insight too. But my first question is like, why do you want to live in California? Why do you want to live in that part of California? Like, that's just, there's so many better places in the United States to live. And I get it. You might have to live in Salinas to work, but I wouldn't spend $1 million on that property. No way. That property, if it was priced $300,000, I'd look at it with a little closer and say, yeah. Because the other thing too is there's just no infrastructure here. No, or very little. There's that gate. Oh no. There's no, sorry. There is that house. There is the house. That's cool. You got yeah. It's beautiful. Like that's stunning to wake up to that. But it's hot, man. Oof. Is it hot? There's not that much infrastructure here either. There's not that many trees. What's that used for? Hasn't been used in a long time. This land will just not accommodate without water, without a ton of water. And don't they meter the wells here? Like, no, I wouldn't live there. Joe says our home was made facing north to south side is warm, but during winter, the dining living room is so cold. Get the blankets out. No central heating here. Yeah, totally. That's what sucks when you live in a warm climate and then cold happens. It's more difficult than if you're in a cold climate and warm happens. Because in a cold climate, like a DFB climate like I'm in, we experience hot summers. So I know and I'm prepared for hot summers. But if you're living in, central Mexico, like Joe, I think you're somewhere around there, I believe, if I remember correctly, and you get a cold winter, you're just not prepared for it because there's no infrastructure for it. And so I actually think, if if grand solar minimum is a real thing, if things are getting colder, they seem to be, I'd actually rather be in a cold climate than a warm climate, because a cold climate is so much better set up for other weather extremes than warm climates are, generally speaking. Another case in point, Texas and that freeze. How many people had their pipelines buried shallow, froze? How much infrastructure was destroyed? You know, that's a consideration here. So next one is from Denil. How would you rate this property for Homestead? So we look at a property in Montana. So we'll probably be able to do it all here, folks. Remember, we have yet to do the draw, right? Give us a little shuffle, another shuffle. We have yet to do the draw still for the consult winners, and I might actually be able to just do it all. Like, I'm kind of cranking through these. Oops, yeah, so we're gonna do it. So here's this property. There's nothing here. 10 acres. Is there no photos here? This is insane. This doesn't tell me anything. Am I blind? What am I not seeing here? There's literally no, look at the spreadsheet. Did you provide me anything else? There's nothing there. Dental. I can't see any. I mean, I could find this on Google Earth. Let's just do that. Sure. Here. It's always good to have photos though. Like, yeah, I can tell a lot with Google Earth, but photos really tell you about the other stuff. It's just this. Okay, so is it, I'll just, if I draw it out, is it this chunk? Yeah, that's probably it. So there's no photos. So, I mean, this climate is rough. I mean, we're at 1,000 meters elevation. Oh, actually, you might be out of the BSK. Let's see here. If you're out of the BSK, it might be okay. You're in the valley. That's better. Montana is a tough climate. It's like a lot of southern Alberta. Yeah, you're in the BSK. But you're surrounded by a DFP. So you have DFP. So you have a sort of a microclimate. This is actually similar to Kelowna, where I'm from. It's right here. Here's a prime example. Kelowna is a BSK surrounded by a DFB and DFC. Which means it isn't as nasty, it's not as exposed as, say, Great Falls, Montana, where it's just all BSK. It's super exposed and just harsh climate. So you might, you get a microclimate advantage here, sort of a macro microclimate, if you will. River is at 984. You're almost 100 meters higher, so that's never going to be a flood issue. Zooming out a bit, I see some oil and, is this oil and gas? No, it's not bad. There's no major, you're in a rain shadow. That's the one thing. And then this is all irrigated, so all this is fed by wells, most likely. It's dry. You're a ways off the state highway. You're a good distance from the interstate. Pretty exposed though. I mean, there's just not much there. just kind of looking at, that's not nice. Junkyard neighbor. You're going to see that too. Because oh no, you'll come in. Well, depending on where you're coming from. If you're going south, you'll come in off Porter Hill Road. If you're coming in from the north, you'll come off Dryer Gulch. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't want to be seeing that on my commute. That's not nice. Some tree farm, some Christmas tree farm here. This is kind of dumpy here too. That's not nice. Some hay cropping in your neighbors. I mean, there's not much to it. It's just, there's some infrastructure here. It's pretty exposed. No trees. So no vegetation and wildlife, no water features. This is dry BSK. So, if you don't have really good water infrastructure, you don't know what you're pumping. So you might have a well here. Unless that well is really deep, like over a few hundred feet, and producing, 10 GPM or more, I wouldn't trust the stability of that well. So I'd say that well is probably fragile at best. Yeah, I mean, it's just, we've looked at properties in Montana in the course too, and it's tough. Like Montana, Wyoming, just zoom out here a bit. Parts of Idaho, Wyoming, Colorado, this is rough. These climates are rough. You are in a bit of a microclimate, which is neat, but you're in a rain shadow. So what I mean by that is that you can see how the mountains, as the precipitation comes in from the west, it comes in seasonally, it comes in from the northwest in the winter, same as mine, and then it'll come from the southwest in the summer. And so when the precipitation comes in from the northwest in the colder times, it'll hit the mountains and trickle into the mountains, and it'll blow over you. And so it'll do the same for your precipitation coming in from the southwest. It'll hit the mountains. That's why these are all green, and that's why this is dry, and that's why this is a BSK climate, is because BSK is your semi-arid desert. People are asking about, what does BSK DFD mean? Well, in the course, that's the climate classification. So I explain all that in the course. I'm not going to explain it all now because you'll watch it in the course, but that we explain all that, and that information is pivotal for understanding. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Pivotal for understanding land and understanding climates is understanding your climate classification and how that works for you. But yeah, man, I would say it's not a great property. Like, there's just not that much there. I didn't even see the price on that listing. I just saw a price per acre. So I'm assuming that it's 475,000, which to me is ridiculous for Montana. Not a lot of infrastructure here. No, it's not worth it. There's no trees here. That's gonna suck because it's windy here a lot of the time, especially in this valley. So you're in a valley here, and wind will, as it comes from the prevailing directions, will redirect once that wind hits that valley. And then so you have wind coming in from here, and then it'll kind of concentrate in that valley in some directions. And when wind is weird what it can do, but exposed, cold, soil doesn't look great. There's no water. There's very little infrastructure on the property for that price. No way. So I'd say I'd probably guess that's a C property without doing a full investigation into it. But next property here we're going to look at is in Port Alberni. Okay, I used to tree plant in Port Alberni. I know this place quite well. I know people here. $1 million. Are you kidding me? This is Canada, folks. Welcome to Canada. How ridiculous it is with real estate prices. Absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely insane. $1 million for 40 acres in Port Alberni. And Port Alberni's wet and cloudy, and it's what's called a CSB, I think. We'll just pull it up. Port Alberni's, well, we'll look at the photos here for a second. Kind of sweet. Like it is beautiful. The land's beautiful. Nice pond there. Oh, just a dump. Some infrastructure on the property. Okay. Yeah, a little mobile to move into. But this is $1 million, folks. In the US, if we look at a property like this in Tennessee, and it would be 250 grand. $1 million in Canada. Are you kidding me? Just insane. I would say, even if this property is a win, I would say wait, because I don't suspect that it will sustain that price point for much longer. Does it say how long it's been on the market? 539 days. Woo! There's a record there. No, this is not worth $1 million. The time on the days on market is evidence enough. But yeah, like the property itself is okay. Just saying, forget the price for the moment. Let's see, is it right between? Yeah, it's right here. Right here. Yeah, probably fairly straightforward. Big rectangle. Oh, okay, further back. Or wait a second. Let me see this again. Look at the photo. Okay, it takes, oh, there's two. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so it's got this house and this house in here. So it's actually like this. Yeah, that's about right. So whatever, just good enough, right? Just so we can kind of look at it. I mean, we're facing, there's a slight south aspect. There's a slight southwestern aspect. Not really. Actually, it's not even really that south. It's just flat. It's at the base of this mountain. It's just flat. I mean, it's good. Like the geography is good. It's good to have more trees than none. Yeah, like I think this is CSB. Let's just check. CSB. I'm not into CSB. Some people love CSB. Or not CSB, sorry. CFA, this would be CFB, yeah. Or no, it's CSB. Yeah, it is CSB. I was right initially. I'm not into CSB. It's, Mediterranean, but it never gets hot. So you don't get CSB is better than CFB, that's for sure. But we looked at it, and we looked at some properties in Texada Island and stuff like that in here, and it just never gets hot. It's like tops 25 degrees Celsius, which is, I don't know, 70 Fahrenheit maybe, but it doesn't get hot. Water's not going to be an issue for you. You got all the water you could ever want. Yeah, like the property itself is all right. I don't like the climate because you just never get, I always feel cold, even though it never gets that cold. Like it never really goes below freezing, but it never goes above 25 Celsius. So it's kind of, I don't know. But the land itself is beautiful. It's, there's some dumpy stuff on the property. Yeah, if this was 300,000, I'd say, yeah, I'd say go for it. But it's $1 million. I mean, it's just insane. $1 million for this. Like, I'm not kidding you. In probably 30 states in the US, you could buy the exact same type of property with the exact same amount of trees, ponds, better climate. It'd be in a CFA, and it'd be 300,000 or even 250. So on the market for 539 days. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't even offer, to me, from what I'm looking at places all over North America, I don't even think that property's worth $500,000, and they're asking $1 million. They're asking 1,099,000. I just think they're out to lunch. So there's not much else to say than that. The price is so ridiculous, that I just don't see the point. But you're interested in the general area, yeah. I would be too. I know a couple people farming in Port Alberni, and they didn't pay $1 million. That's just insane amount. I mean, if you've got a ton of money and you can make it happen and you need to be in that area, yeah, sure, whatever. The property is okay itself. There's some bones there. The geography is good. If you like CSB climate and you need to be there, okay, you can do it. You need greenhouses though, big time. And it's not that you need greenhouses to grow stuff in the winter. It's you need greenhouses to grow stuff in the main part of the growing season, because so much of the main part of the growing season is wet and cool and not hot. Like, it's impossible to grow tomatoes without greenhouses in that climate. Impossible. You might on your balcony in a pot, but outside in the field, very, very, very difficult in that climate. So I'm not a fan of the CSB climate. Okay, next one we're going to look at. So that was from Jazz. Next one we're going to look at is in Kamloops. Oh, that's cool. I like Kamloops. It's a good climate. Let's see here. So we're running on noon. I did start late though. I wonder if I'm going to make it through all of these. I might not, because I might have to go eat lunch soon. And the sun's coming out and the snow's already all gone. And I can go back to my road building project. But let's just take a look here. Kamloops, 600 grand for 161 acres. See, that's more like it as far as price. Oh, look at that old Elmira wood cook stove. Look at that old school well pump in the house. That's cool. That's cool. I mean, yeah, it's a bare bones. Wow. Kamloops can be a cool, you can be on, there's BSK in Kamloops too. This doesn't look like it's BSK. This is going to be probably a DFB. I bet you this is higher elevation. We'll find it though. Are those new windows on there? That's cool. Bones, steel roof. That's nice. No soffits, so it's very bare bones. Like, they built this. Yeah, like no trims, no window ledges. Oh, OSB on the. Wow, this is off grid, man. Holy crap. All of that manual stuff they've got. It's neat. I mean, I can tell it's overpriced based on just what I see in the photos there. Oh, Monty Creek. Actually, this is funny. I've looked at properties in Monty Creek before. And the only way I'm able to find this, probably, let's see. Yeah, we are in a DFB. I was right. So Kamloops is kind of neat. I'll just zoom out a second here on the climate classification here. Kamloops is neat because you've got these BSK areas here in this, in these valleys. You can see that. It's a neat climate because you got BSK, DFB, DFC, all in this area. So different. Oh, Monty Creek, those fires up here. I actually bought some skid steer implements from a dude in this exact area 2 years ago. And he was really worried he was going to lose his property. So I know there was, whether it touched this area or not. Let's see if we can find a recent map. There's 1022. Doesn't look burned. Oh no, that's not. That was June. Wow. Yeah. 900 meters. That's not that high. you know, you're a good distance off the one. Canadian highways are not nearly as potent as American highways. So whenever I've done land assessments for people in the US and in Canada, I kind of apply my same logic to, I like to be distance off interstate highways or big highways or provincial highways or whatever. But in Canada, just based on the numbers of the population, it's just not near, like I wouldn't want to live right on Highway 1. At the same time, being not too far off Highway 1 isn't that big of a deal, just because it's not, you just don't get the same kind of traffic on those highways. And so, yeah, it's, I mean, it's neat. It's property taxes. See, that's what I like in Canada. $1,000, boom. Canadian property taxes are so much less on average than American property taxes. And that just comes down to infrastructure. Like this place has, is it on the grid? The land is nice. Like this is beautiful country. Look at that old school well. That's kind of cool. It's cool to see that. It's a nice, this is nice. Like this is, yeah, okay, bare bones. You can see through the siding there. Well, that's just a separating the wall, but I mean, you have a lot of work to do to get this place up to modern living standards. 600 grand. Again, it's like, it's been on the market 265 days. I'd offer 300. And I think I would have to guess that that might be the last good offer that guy would get on this place. There's not a lot of people looking for 161 acres in Kamloops. It's actually kind of sweet. It's kind of sweet. The price is ridiculous, but you know, I don't even need to draw it out. 161 acres is big enough that we can kind of guess, you know, it's all back here. Oh, you know, sometimes you can actually get the property lines. Like that's something, you know, it's all in here or whatever. It's actually pretty sweet, dude. It's actually a pretty cool property. It's a nice climate. But you know, you're going in, like you got to do it all. There's nothing there except that cabin, which is, yeah, you could do something to it. Expect to spend a lot of money, but it's a nice climate. It's a nice part of BC. That old school cabin off-grid infrastructure is actually pretty sweet. Like I would be kind of stoked to get in there, but and use that stuff. Like that Elmira wood cook stove is worth a few $1,000s. Those aren't easy to find. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Just the price is ridiculous. Like I wouldn't, like $300 is still generous. Okay, how many do we have here? And how many can I crank through? So it's noon. Okay, maybe we can get through it all. Anyways, we're gonna look at a place for, and that last place was for, oh, you gave me 2 properties, dude. Cindy and Rod. I didn't even realize that. For some reason, one of my properties didn't show up on Google Earth. Can you find entering my neighbor's address? Oh, I might have just been looking at the wrong place altogether. But maybe not. Let me see. We're going to move to a place in Virginia next here, but I'm just going to see. Go back into Kamloops here. Was I way off? Yeah, I mean, slightly different in the mountains. Ooh, yeah. Okay, so here, I'll show you guys one thing. So, yeah, that could be a deal breaker. So you just the other one you sent me there. So zooming in, we're in Kamloops here, and this is what I don't like. That's on a north facing slope. I wouldn't, for me, that's a non-negotiable, wouldn't touch it, because it's going to be very dark in the winter and it's going to be depressing, and you always have the cold on your back. or the cold coming at you, blowing over you, I wouldn't even consider that property. I wouldn't even go beyond that. North facing slope in British Columbia, no way. My neighbor's address. Our driveways meet at the road. I believe ours is on the west border. Instructions. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was it there, Cindy and Rod. North facing slope. Just, yeah. It's tough. It's tough, especially that far north. I wouldn't, I mean, you are at essentially any pitfalls when buying and as is, where is property in general, the gravel road has maintained any way to find out. No, there's no pitfalls to where to buying as is. Well, there's pros and cons to everything. So one pitfall could be there's too much crap around and it's a pain in the butt to deal with. Didn't look like that was the case though. So what I'm confused about is that Monty Creek property looks sweet, the off-grid one, but if that's a north-facing slope, then I would say it's a disqualifier. But I'm looking in those photos and it doesn't look that bad. So even it might be partially, it might not be that bad. So take that to consideration, but yeah, that's my thoughts on there. Oh, you gave me another address too, Cindy? Okay, well, here's Cindy, before I wrap up with you, because I'm glad that you're here in the chat. Let's go. So you gave me, this is a lot of notes here. Let's expand my view here. Compare both properties. The larger one is 160 acres, has a decent mobile home and a shop, a shallow well, and a small spring. Wondering where's the best spot for the main living zone? Okay, smaller property at 266 Robbins Range, and it's 20 acres. Okay, let's just let me do this. I want to do it right for you here. Share my screen again here. Is that the property? That's the question. Okay. I mean, it is still facing north. Oh no, it's not quite. It's no, we actually have a south eastern aspect, and so what we can do is this a little trick you can do in Google Earth. Oh, what's going on here? That's grab the guy, put the guy down there, and then go to your sun tracker tool, and then put in winter 12. Wow. Okay, whatever. January 12th, good enough. Now you can go. Oops. Well, okay, 12:31, good enough. And then we go through. Oh, the broody hen's making some funny noise. My kids are in there. Where is the sun? We're facing south right now. Oh no, we're facing north. Oh yeah, this is facing south. We are north facing here. Up. Oh, see, that's not nice. That's not nice. Give me 1 second, folks. I gotta go and figure something out in the green here. What do you guys do? Actually, just do me a favor and make sure she doesn't do too much of it. She's okay doing that. Miss Broodihan got off her brood and is taking a bathroom break. So that's what's going on there. That's okay. But this, see how my friends, like that's your winter sun. So your sun comes up at 10:37 and is gone by 2 p.m. So that's that wouldn't be my choice. That's my biggest criticism of that property. But other than that, the property itself is quite nice. The infrastructure is all right. Like it's an all right property, but I would that's tough with that kind of winter sun. That's really tough in DC. Very tough. Oh, Cindy. Okay, here we go. 2660. Yes. I mean, sometimes it's just when there's too much in the chat. It's so 2660. Okay. That's better. If that's this place. Is that it now, Cindy? That's better. Some infrastructure there. I mean, yeah, if it's in the photos that we were looking at, that's all right. Oh, you still do have sort of a north facing though. So put the guy down here at the house. So that's your view. Again, going to 12:21. That's your winter. Okay, not so bad. Up at 11. Oof, that's not great. Down at 3. 5 hours of sunlight in the winter time. That's your horizon, right? So north aspects are challenging. Like it can be done. I mean, you can do it, right? And you already have the property. So but the property itself is pretty nice. Like there's nice infrastructure there. You got nice topography. It's a nice area. Neighbors look all right. Big house there. Pond. Yeah. Like it's an all right property. It's just that face is tough in the winter, but you know, people can make do, right? So, oh, was I not sharing my screen that whole time? I thought I was. Was I not? Oh, people are yelling at me. Please share the screen. Can you guys see that now? So this is what we're talking about. And so I did I went to the sun tracker tool. Well, first of all, take the guy and put the guy down at the house. So somewhere along the house, maybe there's windows there. And then I want to face the south. You guys can see that? Yeah. So I want to face the south because that's where the sun comes from. And so we can see we're up the hill to the south, meaning that the winter sun will be over here. So let's click on the sun tracker tool, put in 12:21. That's your winter solstice. Okay, so that's your sun up at 11:24, and then it's down at 3. Right, it's starting to go behind even here. So let's call it 3 o'clock. Your sun starts to go down. So you have full sun from 11 to 3 p.m. at the winter solstice. 4 hours of sunlight. That can be challenging. But again, you know, the property itself looks all right if you can get past that. See, for me, that's just a complete non-negotiable. but it might not be for you. So that's that. So let's jump on to the next one. So hope that helps you guys in some way there, Cindy and Rod. But yeah, but the properties themselves look nice. There's infrastructure, topography, soil, there's water. It's a good area, good socioeconomics. I would say that property is a win for everything else except that north facing slope. For me, I just couldn't do it. So next one we're going to look at here is in Mexico. And I wonder if I'm going to make it through. How many have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 more properties, 11 plus this one. Okay, give me 1 second. Oh, it's nice to hear. Unbelievable. It's already a beautiful day. It's like 30 degrees in the greenhouse. Unbelievable. I've been kind of cold. And I would keep the door open. Actually, I'll open this. It's not less noise from my kids coming in because they're playing in there. Okay, so let's go check out this property in Mexico here. Wow, look at this. I can't say that I've looked at a lot of real estate in Mexico. Let's share my screen, folks. You guys see? So that's pesos. What's this? I'm curious. What's this? Oops. Mexico to USD. Yeah. So that is 630,000 US for this property. So we are in I wonder if I can find this address in Google Earth. Cool. We're going from Kamloops to Mexico. Isn't that fun? Yeah, look at that. Boom. Okay. It's fine. Beautifully located in green hilly surrounding Campeche, the state capital. 80 acres. Wow. Look at that. Look at the palapa. Wow. Oh. Very cool. Good power. Green. Oh man, this is sweet. Your own resort. Look at this. I like that. That's cool. Wow. This is what 600 grand gets you in Mexico. Holy, yeah. Wow. Look at this. Little bug out cabin type things. Look at this. Wow. Beautiful. Is it worth the price? I don't know. I really can't. I don't know what things are worth in Mexico. Is this, I mean, geez, is this it? I don't know if that's it or not. Okay, here we go. Is that it? Okay. Kind of do this. Split and then just zoom out a bit here. looks, yeah. See that road there? Okay. Oh, no. Let's do this. Okay, so there, you're just in here. Well, at the end of that road there. Sorry, my kids are hanging out, having fun. Okay, yeah, it looks like it right here. Okay, look at this. Is that our golden? Is that our property right there? Boom, that's it, dude. Sweet. Yeah. Right on. I like it when I can find it. I mean, the photos speak for themselves. Yeah, fairly rural. I mean, you're not too far out of that town. I can't speak to the socioeconomics of this part of Mexico. I've never actually been here. Campeche, don't know what that town's like. I have traveled all over. Oh, this is, whoa, we're way down by Guatemala. Holy crap. Oh, this is by, oh, Chiapas, Oaxaca. Oh, okay, we're down here. I've only ever traveled interior and west coast of Mexico, but wow, this is a nice climate down here, man. I'll tell you, this is going to be tropical, I think, on the Gulf of Mexico. Yeah, wow. AW. Nice. Nice climate. Very nice climate. Off the coast, you're 55 meters off the sea level. Wow. Airport there. Huh. Yeah, I mean, how big is this town? It's not that big. I mean, it's pretty big actually. That's a city. Don't know what it's like, never been there. The land itself is beautiful. I mean, this is unreal. It's funny though, like you're not that far out of a major, fairly big city. That would be, for me, I don't know. But the property itself is sweet. Look at that. Water tributaries coming through there, huge water capturing potential. You got farmable land, pond. Look at that, perfectly placed right in the center of this one coming down. Yeah, nice topography. So that's in March. That's in January. Wow. Nice place to be in January. Cool. That's in February 2017. Yeah, some original paddocks in there, a lot less infrastructure in at that point. November. Yeah, wow. Nice property, dude. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah. I mean, this is marketed to gringos, right? Not a lot of native Mexicans have the money to buy a property like this. I mean, this is like a little resort. This is amazing. Cool. Pool with a boys and girls bathroom. ATVs. I wonder if it comes with all this stuff. Lots of good farm infrastructure. Water buffalo. Look at the forest, just so jungle. Yeah, this is. Oh, here's the photos of the town. That's kind of cool. All kind of old school colonial stuff. Campeche. Wow. You know, it's funny too, because with Mexico, you just can't really apply the same thinking as far as socioeconomics goes as North America, because it's so different. It's culturally different, but it's also, there's just no woke shit down there. So it's like, there's no drag queen story time going on Capace. You know, there's no divisive politics. And so, yeah, you're close to a city, but maybe it doesn't matter because it's Mexico, you know, people are just doing their thing. People are just working and, you know, tourism going on there. Pretty nice place, dude. Pretty nice. If is it worth that price? This is from Marco. I'll let you be the judge of that. I don't, you know, it's a killer climate. It's that savanna kind of tropical climate. Little drier than sort of the what would be the what's on, I never look at tropics. The AF, yeah. It's drier. But that's kind of sweet. I mean, looking at those photos makes me just want to go to Mexico, I'll tell you that. So it looks kind of cool. Risk of flooding, I don't think so. I mean, that was your concern there. You're 55 meters. Oh, no, you're not. You're actually, yeah, you're 55 meters off the ocean. Would a tsunami ever make it that high? I don't think so. You feel it for sure. But at that side of the Gulf of Mexico, I'm just going to share my screen again here. And you know, forgive my, I'm just not as experienced with looking at real estate in this part. Definitely here. I've looked at some because I've traveled this extensively. I've been all through Sonora, Sinaloa, I can't even spell the names. Sinaloa, Durango, Nayarit, Jalisco. I've been all around Guerrero. I've been all up and down here, but yeah, it's different. Just like how the U.S. has the CFAs here compared to all the BSKs and DFBs and stuff. You got this tropical. I don't think the weather, like if there was a hurricane, I don't think it would come here because I think it all comes, the hurricanes that come from the Gulf of Mexico kind of come in this way. I could be wrong though. I'm just, you know, it's not my bag. I haven't spent a ton of time here. But property itself is pretty sweet, pretty nice. So Elliot says he's good at the cartels. So yeah, man. Invite me down, man. I'll come and hang out for the winter sometime. Though we're not really traveling to Mexico much these days. But I'm actually going to be in Texas. I'm going to be speaking at the I'm going to go to Texas in May. There's a conference down in Austin or Bastrop. It's called yeah, you'll hear me talk about it soon enough, but I'll be down in Texas in May 20th at that John Bush's conference down there. Yeah, I think you're good for hurricanes too. Yeah, dude, that's a nice property, man. Okay, so we did this one in oh, things kind of got moved around here. Oh, there's another. Oh, that's countless again. Okay, we did that. Okay, now we're gonna skip. Oh, Nancy just gave me an address in Virginia. So let's go check that out now. And she didn't say to not share the address. Joe Serrano says that's is safe for hurricanes. So that's cool. So now we're down in Williamstown, Virginia, or Williamstown, Virginia. You didn't say much. I'm just going to kill the share for a second. You didn't say anything. You just sent the property. All I have is an address. I don't have the size or anything. So I'm just going on what I'm seeing here. So it's this. Is it all this too? Oh, that was logged. Oof. That's not nice. Oh, my Google Earth is being weird. Oh, it's all replanted. Look at that funny silviculture they do in some places of the world. In the south, oh, you're in a valley. Good for sun. So John Faulkner says, it's been a while. Hope you're doing well. Been pretty busy on the homestead. We got water buffalo to add to our animals. Wow, nice. So I don't know much about this property except I have a pinpoint and that's it. So, you know, I'm assuming that this is the property. It could be more of this too. It could be. It could be all this. 33 acres. I mean, not much to say without knowing a bit, but you've got this whole kind of reforested area. Kind of weird. I wonder if some of how much of this is in there because that's your usable land right now. So only like this tiny chunk, 1 acre usable. Otherwise, you got to cut everything in. Yeah, it's kind of strange actually. It's 7 acres. Oh yeah. Is that who's that saying that acre? Is that Nancy? Was this one in Virginia? It's hard to tell anything, Nancy. You know, I don't, if I had a real estate listing, I could tell you a lot more. You know, as far as the geography of the land goes and stuff, it's okay. It's, you know, it's reforested, so there's not older trees. So it was a clear cut and then they reforested it. I don't know. I don't know if I'd want to live on a at least a clear cut from that. I'd rather have trees like that, like full size trees. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that one. Hard to tell too, because there's not really much. Another one in Tennessee here. So I'm gonna do all these. I'm gonna cut off because it looks like Matthew's added some more. Oh, okay. We'll see if we can get to 27. And then this will be like a epic long stream. Whoops. Okay, Maryville, Tennessee. Let's see, did you say anything here? Is this property okay with water or flood? Can we build a house on it? Okay, let's find out. Maryville. Share my screen here, folks. We're looking at 10 acres in Maryville, Tennessee. Tennessee is such a nice climate. Little landing. Okay. So is that the chunk in question, 10 acres? Let's see if we can find it. Nope. Ah, that's annoying. Oh, here, wait. What if we just do this? Okay, 2 addresses, 4594 and the other one. Okay, there we go. Good. So, okay. Let's see if we can get. Oh, it's only those photos. And the map. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Okay, in here. Yeah, okay. And then you said there was this lot and this lot. Is it these two? So, I mean, it's challenging because, okay, well, if your property is in this, yeah, if it's this, that's good. You got a bit of land, you got a bit of farmable land down there. Might be a big flood catchment though. But you were asking, yeah, can you build up here? You can, but you got this landing. Yeah, you got to build infrastructure and stuff. You know, it's pretty sweet to have this mountain. And you're at the end of the road. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it's a pretty neat property. I mean, the only challenge is that if this is part of it, your access to that is really nebulous. Like that's really steep. To build a road down there, it's doable, but that'll be expensive. That'll be 150 grand to do that, to get to access to that. And then it also looks, just look at some. Oh, there's some. Oh, that's the creek. Oh no, what is that? Is that a road? It's a weird looking road. Looks like a creek. This is so. Looks like a body of water. Huh. Yeah, it's a neat property. It's the only problem, your biggest problem is just the topography is sweet, but the access is limited. And so to get in and around that property is a challenge. But that might be a challenge you're willing to take if it's the climate, the topography is cool. The access and circulation is going to be your biggest challenge here. Vegetation is beautiful. You got all these trees, and it's only 4586 and 4594. So yeah. Oh, look at that. There's that photo. Is that a road or a river? I can't even tell. It looks like a river. It's neat. It's just there's not a ton of usable land on it. Like you've got definitely a lot of trees to cut down, and that's okay because it's better to start with trees than not start with trees. But access is tricky. Like these are it's good that they put that road along the ridge. But getting down to this area of the property, this looks like almost like a swamp. It might be actually. Yeah. Yeah, it's a neat property. I would just say, like, they dropped it by 11,000, 119 days on the market. Yeah, I would just say it's kind of challenging to get in there and utilize it. So next one we're looking at that last one is for Philip. Next one here is for John. Wondering if Ontario properties have less detail on Google Earth than US properties. No, I haven't found that. Finding it difficult to use tools on Google Earth Pro to see the land contours and draw sections to understand the acreage of the various areas. I'm about to start a course and expect to get more proficient at it. Oh, you definitely will. And you'll see me do it a ton. So let's just pull up this place here. Looking at in Ontario, Port 7, Ontario, we're looking at 10 acres for 769 grand. Oh, it's nice little Quonset on there. I got one of those. House looks kind of neat. Yeah. Right. Some infrastructure, firewood shack. That's nice. Quonset. Small one. Mine's twice the size of that. No insulation in it. You can spray foam it fairly easily, but you know, working in there in the winter will be cold. The photo, they did a good job on the photos, and I love when they do that because then it's like I can pretty much tell everything. Though I will just get it on Google Earth. But those photos alone tell me a lot. That's when a realtor does a good job. So Michael Belzy, good job. He got me what I needed on there. So, oh wow, we're way up here. Just north of Barrie. Yeah, it's kind of a neat zone. Probably a DFB. Let's see. Probably a zone. Could be a zone 6 actually, being this close on the lake. Yeah, your DFB. Lots of snow in the winter. Yeah, boom, there's the property right there. They did a good job. Swampy stuff here. That's a lot of water here off these main tributaries, taking water into this larger tributary. Neighbors bit kind of sketchy. Junk boats and cars laying around. Bit swampy. This property's a bit swampy. Buggy. Swampy equals buggy. Yeah, look at that. That's algae bloom. So that's runoff from larger agriculture. So zooming out here. Where is that coming from? Yeah, it might not be from ag at all. It might just be algae. Yeah, see all that? Typically when we see that, it's just, I've seen it run off from agriculture, but I don't think that's the case up here. Yeah, this is Northern Ontario, you know. Kind of close to that highway though, but it's got lots, and it's a single lane. But you will hear those cars. Wouldn't be my preference. I don't know. It's kind of swampy, dude. I mean, you might be used to that in Ontario. I mean, the property itself, though, as far as infrastructure, is pretty sweet. This is not worth $769,000. That's ridiculous. 56 days on the market. That's ridiculous. But it's in good shape. Foundation's nice. The Quonset's nice. You know, it's a nice place. You gotta have a snowblower when you live in here. Yeah, like the property itself is like zones of use, access, vegetation and wildlife, climate. It's all pretty good. I would just say that a good amount of the property looks swampy to me. And that means that it might, I've looked at a lot of properties in Ontario over the years, and sometimes the groundwater level is so high that you can't really do much in a lot of places. Like it's, and even if you can farm it, the ground is so wet for so long, it's hard to actually get anything in there. And I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case here, just based on our proximity to the lake. And you know, we're only 180. We're only 4 meters off the shore of this lake. So the groundwater here is very high. That would be my biggest concern on this one. Neighbors, it just, I don't know. It doesn't look great for what they're asking. It's just like, that's just crazy. This is ridiculous. But it could be swampy, and I don't know. I wouldn't want to live in a swamp. So I would say probably keep looking on that one. And to your question, no, I don't see less detail. I see lots of detail on Google Earth. It's fine. Keep looking. If you're just starting though, keep looking, man. You know, don't get discouraged by me just eliminating the first property you showed me. I mean, you're the one's going to make the decisions here. So next one, another one from BC here. This is Joel up in Fort Fraser. Ooh, northern BC. Here we go. 949 grand. Are you joking? Oh, but yeah, 343 acres, folks. This one in here. Can we get it? Oh yeah, boom, right on. So next one here. We're looking at this for Joel, Fort Fraser. And we have yet to do our draw, folks. We're going to finish up with that. And I'm going to kind of crank through these other properties. So for $1 million, you can get 343 acres. In Ontario, you can get 10 acres for close to that, 769. So it is what it is. Oh, that's pretty. Wow, nice gardens. House looks good. Infrastructure, greenhouse. Wow, this is sweet. Little paddocks. Yeah. This is nice, dude. Fort Fraser is pretty far north though, but very pretty. Nice gardens. Yeah. I mean, as far as a turn and burn homestead, you got it. You know, this didn't give me the right address when I searched for it though on Google Earth. Sometimes doing that changes it. No, that's okay. I can find it on the map. So just do this. They didn't put property lines in there, eh? 343 acres. Oh, I mean, it could just be so big that these are. Wow. I mean, what are we looking at? They don't give a map. So is it all this? I mean, these look like quarter sections. So if they're quarter sections, that's 160, but let's just see. Approximately. Yeah. So are we at 2 quarter sections or what? Like, what are we actually looking at? Where is the property? Is it? I don't know. Is there a map here? What happens if I click this? Okay, let's see if we can find it. Oh, Prince George. Woo! Okay, so off Fraser Lake. I can find this. Okay, Fort Fraser. Okay, we're fairly accurate. I just don't know exactly. 343 acres. I mean, I'm assuming that it would just be these 2 quarter sections then, like this. Probably it. Just zooming in here. Let's go on layers. I mean, that looks like it's it. That looks like I'm pretty bang on here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, the land itself. Sweet. And you're in a microclimate up here, so I'll show you. There's some neat climate zones up in northern BC, and you get close to bodies of water. You should be a DFC because of this elevation. Yeah, see, you're not. You're a DFB. So yeah, so it's kind of cool because you're in this valley. You're significantly warmer than just up the hill. So you get into these DFC climates. This is getting into subarctic cold. It's just, I wouldn't want to live in a DFC. It's just too cold. Here, you're way better. You've got a river going through your property. I mean, this is sweet. You got a little bit of a south aspect too towards that valley. Not a ton of topography. It's not a hindrance or anything, but yeah, you got, is that power? Is that, no. Commercial power lines, no. Yeah, it's a huge property, and wow. The pictures pretty much say it all. 200, I mean, again, another situation. See what I said? And when I talked about this course, how many properties have been on the market for a long time? I think the majority of the properties we've looked at here have been on the market for a long time. But this is a pretty cool property, I gotta say. Like, this realtor did a good job on these photos. Yeah, you got fields in there. This is hay fields, benign ponds. Man, this is nice. It's really nice. That high tunnel alone is worth. I mean, it's a kit. But that's nice to come in with that. House is in pretty good shape. I love the deck like that. Can be buggy though. Yeah, you got a bit of swampy stuff. The property's so big, you have a diversity of there's microclimates here. You got lots of vegetation, wildlife, you got fields in there. It's a pretty cool property. Look at that, great access and circulation. Where is that on the map? Okay, we're way up. Okay. Like, where is all that stuff on this? I'm not sure, but the properties tell you a lot. Like the photos tell you a lot. It's a nice property. Lots of infrastructure. Yeah. Oh, the LandQuest link has the right map. Either way, I mean, I don't even need Google Earth. I can tell everything from these photos. They did a good job in the photos. You're not mountainous enough to really worry about aspect. I think they did a good job as far as placement of the house and everything already. So it's a pretty nice property, dude. I'd say it's definitely an A property. It's just that it's expensive, like everything in Canada, but been on the market 269 days. It's also 343 acres. That's a lot of land. Question is, do you need that much land? But it's a really slick inner kind of core 5 acres of that homestead with the paddocks, the gardens, the greenhouse, the house. Hopefully that house is positioned to the south. But that's a nice property, dude. It's a nice property. Yeah, I would, if you want to be up in that area, I would consider it, and I would offer significantly less than what they're asking. That's for sure. But that's a really nice, beautiful property. Beautiful and kind of turnkey as far as a homestead, greenhouse, gardens, already. It's like, wow, walk right in. Fantastic. So nice one there, Joel. Next one here in Colorado. Colorado is one of my least favorite places in the United States, I will tell you. The climates are the nicest places in Colorado as far as climates are concerned are too close to the cities, from what I've seen. Why can't I find this one here? Okay, Redfin. Okay, found this one. I'm just gonna kill a bunch of these. We're looking for Mary Soul here. You got 2. Let's do it. Oh, that's the same thing. 132. Oh, I see. There's 2 listings. So what did you say here? 2 adjacent properties sold together. One is 23 acres, one is 5 acres, concerned about water. Yeah, I'd be concerned about water too in Colorado. Let's just, oh, here, I'll share my screen. You can't have large rainwater collection in Colorado. Why not? How would they know? How would the government even know? But let's just see. Okay, here we go. Does that look like it? Yeah. West facing. Ugh, that's not nice. This is dry climate. This is BSK for sure. Let's see here. I grew up in a BSK. Yeah. And I liked it in Kelowna, but I don't like it in most of the places. It's just harsh. Yeah. And you're getting hot. This is high elevation, 2,600 meters. Cool. South of Denver. You're tucked away from Denver, which is nice, but you're on a west facing primary ridge here. Off that main ridge here. This mountain to the southeast will give you a lot of shade in the morning. So if you come down here, grab the guy, stick him right there. This would probably be a disqualifier for me on this property because you're on a northwest facing slope, which is in my opinion, the least ideal because it'll cook in the summer. Like it'll be uncomfortably hot in the summer. But then you just won't get a lot of light in the winter. So here's this is what the winter looks like here. Go here. So your sun comes, oops. So, okay. Oh, maybe it's not so bad. 846. Down at 4. Okay, it's not so bad, but you're against the sun and you're northwest. So it means that you'll really notice the cold in the winter because it'll just be cold and it's a cold climate. This is very high elevation. This is 2,100 meters. So that's 6,000 feet, folks. So what's going to happen in this climate is that, and you can see because it's really bone dry here. Number one, you're in a rain shadow. Okay, so zooming out on the greater geography. These ridges here soak up precipitation as they come in from the coast. And then this gets a bit of it here, but then you're in the rain shadow and you don't get rain. So you're really out of the way, but there's not a lot of new vegetation. Like this scrub, small trees. It's scrub. This is called, when you see this is called a steppe climate. So it's kind of like scrubby. It's semi-arid. It's a BSK, but it's a steppe where it's kind of grassy. Trees have a hard time establishing here because of the lack of water. It's windy. It's exposed. It's really exposed, and you want to enjoy summer in a climate like this, but you won't because you're facing a west, and so you're just going to bake in the summer, and then you're going to be cold. I don't know. To me, the climate is it's inhospitable. People aren't meant to live in those climates. It's just cold and it's uncomfortably hot in the summer. So I would keep looking, and I wouldn't settle on those properties. Okay, we got Carlos, Roland, Roger, and Teresa, and then we're gonna shut her down. And then we're gonna draw our 5 winners, and then I'm gonna go have lunch because I'm getting quite hungry. going on 4 hours on this puppy. But I'm stoked. I'm stoked to help people out here. I'm stoked that you guys all signed up for the course because I know you're going to get a ton of value out of it. And if anybody's watching this and isn't in the course, it's at Homestead. I think it's all back. It's at homestead.freedomfarmers.com. And yeah, it's all there. Yeah, so the course is live. You can sign up. So here, I'll just share my screen for a second. Head over to, if you guys aren't, probably a lot of people, I'm sure the majority of people in this stream are in the course, but so it's live now. There's the course. This is the lead page, homestead.freedomfarmers.com. If you just go to freedomfarmers.com and you can look at all of the different courses that we have. This is number 15 or 16, I think. But there it is. It's live and people can check it out. So what we're doing in today's stream is people who signed up for the course, I'm viewing properties that you asked me to. And so we're just going to go through this. So next one for Carlos. I purchased this property a while back and would love your opinion. The link is to the current listing since I put it up for sale. Oh, it used to be a pine farm and surrounding properties are pine farms as well. Would you be concerned about that? No. We had soil tested and only a minimal amount of traceable Roundup was found. Here are the exact coordinates. 12 acres of wooded area near the road. Okay, I like exact coordinates. Let's just plug that into Google Earth. You didn't say to be private about it, so I can just share this with people. Let's put in those coordinates. Boom, like that. Let's just share Google Earth here. Coming down. Where are we here? I didn't even know. We're in. Oh, I don't even have the address. Oh, there was a listing here. What's this say? Let's take a quick look. 1700. Where the hell are we? Tignall, Georgia. Oh, we're in Georgia. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. Augusta, Columbia, Athens. Okay. Oof. That's a rough city. Off the highway, zooming in here, I don't see any red flags here. You're off that highway. That river is at 99. You're at 130, so that's not going to ever risk a flood. It is wet here, though. You get a lot of rain. Blood River is at 127. Yeah, you're not any risk of flooding. Logged, all this crazy silviculture they do in these areas. Yeah, I mean, there's not much to say about this property. It's just raw land. And it's all reforested. It's 35 acres. I'm just looking at the photos you sent me. Which actually we can look at that too here. Yeah, I mean, the photos are almost better than looking at Google Earth because there's no infrastructure or anything, so it's just kind of is what it is. There's some natural forest there, or some original forest, I should say. Yeah, it's a clear cut. I don't know. I wouldn't want to build a homestead on a clear cut like that, because you want those trees to regenerate. Yeah, you could take some of them back, but it's not necessarily the nicest surrounding to live in either. You got access in, you got some circulation. It's okay. There's just nothing really there. Would you be? No, I'm not concerned about the pine. It just doesn't look nice, and all that really generic, homogeneous looking replanting. I wouldn't buy that property. It's between it's between that Broad Road and Burton Road. Oh, here, sorry, let's go Google Earth going on here. I'm assuming that this is it. You said it was 35 acres. Is it this? No, that's 15. Did you say it was 35 acres? What did you say? 12 acres. Yeah, no, that's it. Yeah. No, I wouldn't. It's just too between these roads. It's too much exposure. Like the majority of property line is on roads. I don't like that. There's nothing harmful as far as like living within all this pine. You said there's a bit of Roundup in the soil. I don't know. Just doesn't. It's too close to the highway and road. Just not much going on here. There's no other homesteaders. There is down here. I don't know. I wouldn't want to just buy a cut block. That's just not inspiring for me to buy a cut block. My property was logged 50 years ago, so the trees are a lot more established. These trees look like 15 years maybe or less. So wouldn't be my choice. I think my wife turned on the pump. Be right back. Sorry about that. Okay, next one is rolling in Quesnel. Zone 4 DFB. Let's see here. Abbott Drive, Quesnel. There are the best value for properties in British Columbia is in northern BC, hands down. It's just, do you want to live in northern BC? Do you want to be in a zone 4? This is taking its sweet time to load. Oh, look at that. I can still just kind of trickle through. Who cares? Who wants large acreage? This is 86 acres. Lots of natural. Wow. Yeah. Just outside of Quesnel. Looks pretty nice, actually, dude. I like how they did that. Then I can just do this. And then we can just find it. It's all this. Or is it? Is it that chunk right there of the Quesnel? It's just raw land. Yeah, it's pretty nice. I mean, I don't have an address here. Abbott Drive. Yeah, that is it. It's just this chunk here, right outside of the city. Huh. Kind of neat. East facing slope. If you're gonna have any slope outside of a south slope, east is the next best. North sucks, west sucks, south is best, east is okay. And you got some microclimate in here too, because you've got, that's a south aspect there. The mountains aren't high enough down here that it's going to really hinder your daylight in the winter, which is nice. Yeah, it's just chunk of nice forested raw land in Quesnel. close to town. It's kind of neat in a way. Yeah, I mean, the photos pretty much say it all. There's no infrastructure here. There's access though. It's pretty sweet, actually. It's pretty nice if you like the climate. I mean, this might be, no, this is probably DFB. DFC would be higher up outside of the valley, but I'm assuming that down here in the valley, you're going to be a DFB, a zone 4. So it's not terrible. Come on, climate conservation, kick in. There you go. Should be a DFB. I'm assuming. Along the Fraser River. Yeah, DFB. Yeah. DFP is your typical boreal climate. It's a cool property, man. Yeah, it's nice. I mean, again, you got to do it all the infrastructure. You're going to cut in more roads. You're going to put money into access circulation, water infrastructure. You'll have soil here, though it's forest soil, which isn't as nice as pasture soil. I can tell you from personal experience, but yeah, it's a pretty cool property. It's pretty cool property. It's probably some of the closest property you're actually going to find to real value. Like it's $278,000 for 86 acres. That's probably what you're going to get. That's probably what you'll pay. Maybe a little bit less, but not much less. So not a bad one, Roland. Oh, here we go. This is something fun. Dominican Republic, making it down to Roger's place, and he's giving me exact coordinates. You don't care about sharing it. It's in a rainforest. Let's look at this place in Dominican Republic. This is kind of neat. Oops. Neat. You don't say anything. 3 acres around Dominican Republic. That's all you say. Wow. I mean, it's tropical paradise. Dominican Republic. You ever want to see something really trippy is if you zoom out of Dominican Republic and you look at Haiti versus Dominican, it's day and night. Because Haiti took down all their trees. There's no trees in Haiti, or very little. And I wonder if that's why it's so poor and why it's just destitute. Dominican Republic, it's like a beautiful place, classy kind of, expats come down here. Yeah, I mean, there's not much to say about this property. I mean, 3 acres is very small. And we could probably just pick it right out. Is it this? No, less. Well, either way, it's there. Yeah, you're off the river. 28, 40. Yeah, no risk of flooding from rivers. Whereas down here in the valley bottom, you would. Yeah, it's paradise. I mean, it's it's like living in Hawaii. Climate's absolutely beautiful. This is going to be like tropical AF probably. Yeah, so it's tropical, it's hot. You got some soil here. Water won't be an issue. Tons of rain, close to the rivers. I'd rather have more land. 3 acres isn't very much. But in the tropics, you can get away with smaller acreages because everything grows faster. So grass regenerates faster, fruit and stuff. You can build a neat little slice of paradise here. No question in my mind. What is the exact boundary of this property though? I don't really know. Is it this? Maybe something like that. Yeah, it's nice. Not a lot of trees though. I'd like to see more trees if I was living in the tropics. Well, let's go to later. Okay. Oh, there's lots of photos here. Lots of recent stuff. Let's see. Yeah, no trees. I'd rather have more trees. But you're down in the tropics. It's beautiful. Paradise. So I don't know anything about the socioeconomics of Dominican Republic, is that except I know that it's a lot wealthier than Haiti. And I know more tourists go to Dominican, no tourists go to Haiti. Haiti's, I think, one of the most dangerous countries in the world right now. You want to know what it looks like when the shit hits the fan? Go watch videos of what Haiti looks like right now. It's absolute pandemonium and very dangerous. So yeah, it's a pretty sweet spot there, brother. It's a little small though. I prefer to have more acreage. I'd rather have at least 10 acres if I was living in the tropics, like Mexico or Dominican or places like that. Okay, so now we're gonna look at our last property here in Washington for Teresa. And it's not a listing, it's just, she's just given me a Google Earth address. So we'll go and check that out. Oh, not finding it. Oh, wait a second. This could be that. No. 987 Mountain Road, Pomeroy, Washington. Why are we not getting it? That's annoying. Well, Pomeroy, Washington. I can get to that. Why can't I find your address? Oh yeah, this is a, well, it's crazy when you drive through here. You just, it's like you're on the edge of the world. It's the neatest thing that's part of North Washington. This is going to be a neat little climate zone here. But I don't know why I can't find your exact address. You said 987 Mountain Road. Oh, look at that. We're in a CSB. Wow. On the cusp of a CSA. Oh, that's interesting. So that's a neat little microclimate for Washington. Look at that. All the different types of climate zones that are within that area. Huh. Interesting. I don't know why I can't. Oh, maybe try this. Okay, there we go. We got it. Okay. I'm assuming that's it. You didn't say any of the land, but I'm assuming that this is the property based on, yeah, you just kind of sent me something. I don't really know what else to say, but, or what you're looking for, but I'm assuming that this is the property in question here. So you're on just about 20 acres. Yeah, without seeing photos. Well, you got a western slope. That's kind of northwestern aspect there. It's not that nice. On a ridge. Oops. Nice infrastructure there. They definitely put the house in the right place, that's for sure. As far as viewing to the southeast, that's what you want, so that's nice. The land itself, yeah, it was logged, selectively logged a number of years ago. You got some good topography. There's a valley. This is just gonna cook. Like in the summertime, it'd be so hot right here, and it's neat because you can kind of see just by looking at the land where it's brown. That photo's in September too, so that's going to be, or I was August. So that's what it looks like there. July. Yeah, you're in a rain shadow here actually, which is weird that it says this is a CSB. Sometimes climate classification can only take you so far. It's better to zoom out and look at how you are in the edge. So there's dry down here, but wetter in the mountains. Yeah, it looks fairly dry in general. But it might not be too bad. That is July. That's August. That's July again. That's September. August. So yeah, I mean, it's certainly dry in the summer. Oh, here's a November photo. Let's see what it looks like in November. You probably don't even get any snow down here. You're going to be probably zone 6, maybe a 7. Yeah, look at that. That's your winter. That's November, September. There's no photos during the winter. June, July, June. Oh, there's a December. Oh, 85. That's not going to be of any use. Huh. Yeah, I mean it's okay. Strange aspect, but they made the best of it by putting the house up on the mountain, because this is all like you could farm down here. You might want to put in some water infrastructure here. You could capture water, though I don't know if you get much of it. I don't know if you get a ton of rain here. Doesn't look like it. Not a lot of green, not a lot of big trees. You know, just zooming out. Yeah, like this part of Washington is pretty dry, and you can see that, right? You can just see where the brown is and where the green is. You're on an edge of that kind of precipitous climate zone on the top of that mountain, which means you're in the edge of a rain shadow. This is rain shadow down here. This gets rain. So as spun around there. As precipitation comes in from the west coast, it hits these mountains, and then all of that water feeds these tributaries into the valleys, making it a good agricultural zone. This is a huge agricultural zone, Okanagan Valley, Washington. You're on the edge of that. But that precipitation moves over you. So you're in a rain shadow. And so if you don't have really good well water, there's really no other way to get water here. And so water is life. And so, but it's got some neat topography. You know, this road isn't too busy, you know, it's private enough, you know, and you're at the you're kind of at it's a kind of a cul-de-sac they made it here, but that's okay. Yeah, I mean, you could do it out here. I mean, water is going to be your biggest issue. Water and wind are going to be your biggest issue. And I would actually be zooming out to see if there was any big wind farms around here. I don't see any. That would be my big socioeconomic red flag that I'd be looking for. But yeah, it's an all right property. It's an all right property. So, but you know, again, your challenges are wind. So let's do our draw, and then I'm going to take lunch. So yeah, thanks for being here, folks. I'm glad I got to get through all of those. Now we're going to draw 5 names from a hat. Oh, I dropped one there. Make sure I put it back. We're going to draw 5 names from a hat, and I spent a lot of time shuffling these up to make sure that they're not in. So tell your friends, smash the like. If your friends sign up for the course, tell them to come back in now. The first number of hours we're looking at people's properties. Now we're going to draw names from a hat. Mixing them up real good. Oh. And I'm going to look away, and I'm going to put all of them in here. You guys can witness. I'm going to do this. I'll move the camera. I'm going to not look, and I'm just going to pick 5. I'll put them on the table. So first one. Second one. Oh, they're flipped down. Okay, we'll flip them up here. Let me get them in the camera. Okay. Not looking. Next one. Somebody, so Jill Laura, the next one. Mixing up more, not looking. Next one. All right, so those are our winners. So first winner, Holly Montgomery. Holly Montgomery, and you know what I'm going to do? And I'm going to put this in our chat here with my team so they can help me. Holly Montgomery, you are our first winner. Our second winner is Jill Loar. Jill Loar. Jill Lolar. Lolar. Our third winner is Ron DeLuce. Ron DeLuce. Okay, Matthew, you're on it. Thank you. Ron DeLuce. Our fourth winner is Ryan Sylvia. Ryan Sylvia. And our fourth winner is Andrew Little. So those are our 5 winners, folks. Again, Holly Montgomery, Jill Lolar, Ron DeLuce, Ryan Sylvia, and Andrew Little. So somebody from my team will reach out to you guys and we'll set up a time and you'll get to consult with little old me and we can talk about whatever you want. And Elliot James says, rigged. Oh man, I'm telling you, I spent a lot of time doing this morning. Well, maybe a half hour or more. That's all the names. And I made sure they were shuffled up so well that there wasn't any alphabetical consistency, because they were, when I printed them out, they were all printed alphabetical and I had to cut them out. So congratulations to those winners. And yeah, welcome to the Finding the Perfect Homestead Property course. Folks, stoked that you guys all signed up, and I'm happy to help you as best as I can. And I hope that this course is going to give you guys a huge leg up in the competitive search for property. And I know it will. And just, you know, there's a lot of content there. Binge it, take it piece by piece, go back and watch other ones. Again, you know, there's so much to learn. Yes, yeah, the features now says charge $347 an hour. I used to charge $400 an hour US to consult. And in an hour, I mean, you guys just saw, you know, how much time this takes. So the price of this course is unbelievable. And believe me, the folks on my team wanted to charge more for it. And but I wanted to keep it reasonable. Like I could literally charge thousands of dollars for this information, because it would teach you to do this yourself over time. Of course, it takes time, but there's RJ. Nice. So anyways, folks, thanks so much for joining me here today. Smash the like button. If you guys aren't already in the course, homestead.freedomfarmers.com is my Finding the Perfect Homestead Property course. The last 14 videos I published explained how everything in the framework works. So that information is free. You can take it and run with it as best as you want. But the value we create in this course is going through these 54 properties and doing a full analysis, more so than what we did here, because when we picked the properties for this course, we picked properties where there was significant lessons to draw from. Just people sending me links, you know, some of those properties was like, yeah, wouldn't do it. We always made sure those properties had a lot to learn from. So anyways, it's a beautiful day outside now. The snow is already all melted. I got to get back on my road building project, and I wish you guys a fantastic day, and we'll see you in the next one.